One, to the Lawrence City Commission meeting for Tuesday, September 13th, 2022. First, we will have some announcements. Let's give her a second because she's also operating the Zoom from Casey.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. I have a few housekeeping items for the Zoom portion of tonight's meeting. This meeting is being recorded and broadcast on the city's YouTube channel.
I hear you very well. Is your microphone on?
I think so. Is that any better?
Sibilance. Okay.
This meeting is being recorded and broadcast on the city's YouTube channel and Channel 25. Please remember to mute yourself during the meeting unless you are speaking. The chat function for this public meeting is disabled. All chats will go directly to me. Unless you are participating during the meeting, please turn off your video. This allows the active meeting participants to be seen on screen. You will still be able to hear the meeting. When you are participating in the meeting, please turn your video on. If you have any trouble, you can send me a chat. The city reserves the right to mute people or turn individual videos off to minimize distractions during the meeting. And now I'll turn the meeting back over to Mayor Shipley.
Thank you, Casey. Next, we'll have some instruction from Sherry about how public comment generally goes.
Thank you, Mayor. When the mayor calls for public comment, individuals attending in person should approach the podium to indicate they wish to speak. The podium can be raised and lowered, and we encourage you to use this feature to ensure your comments are heard. Individuals participating via Zoom should use the raise hand function to indicate they wish to speak. Please leave your virtual hand raised until you are called on. Individuals will be called on in the order they appear on the meeting host screen. Please state your name before speaking, and all comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Sherry. That brings us to our approval of the agenda. The City Commission reserves the right to amend, supplement, or reorder the agenda during the meeting. Are there any suggestions to reorder the agenda or motions to approve?
Move to approve the agenda.
Second.
I have a first and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I'm sorry, I did want to mention, one of our commissioners is on Zoom. I can't see you yet, Commissioner. Hold on.
There he is.
There he is.
Top right.
All right, thank you. Good. That passes 5-0. That brings us to the proclamations. The first is a recognition for Officers Shelby Bruhard.
I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
Lockhart is going to say it.
Oh, good.
Yeah, he's on.
Chief, are you there? Oh, there you are.
You would think I would learn a new thing. All right, I'll start over. Madam Mayor, members of the commission, we are honored to have one of our very own officers, Shelby Bruhard, named School Resource Officer of the Year by the Kansas Juvenile Officers Association. This honor is based on 9 categories of review. Some of the categories involved in this are development of positive relationships with students, enhancement of campus safety, serving as a positive role model for students, promotion of school-based law enforcement, and dedication to serve above and beyond what is expected. This is the kind of work that Officer Bruhard brings every day when she does her job. She moved out as a school resource officer and is now working patrol and is no doubt going to be one of our future leaders here. So I want to bring her in front of you so that you all can see some of the great work that your police officers do.
So I see you will receive an award later this month.
Yes, I received that last month.
Okay.
Already got it.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yes, thank you for being here.
Congratulations.
Next up is to proclaim September 11th through September 17th as Assisted Living Week. Do we have someone? Oh, there. Thank you.
Well, thank you, City Commission, for this opportunity. This year's National Assisted Living Week allows us to celebrate and create new special moments for our residents and staff who live in assisted living. The theme for this year is Joyful Moments. This gives us an opportunity to celebrate and remember the strong family connections between residents and staff, while providing an opportunity for the local community to celebrate the individuals who live and work in assisted living and learn more about the sector of long-term care and assisted living. Thank you, Mayor Shipley and Lawrence City Commission for accepting our proclamation.
Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
I'll now read the proclamation. Whereas residents of assisted living communities are active members of the larger community, offering their knowledge, life experiences, and involvement, their past contributions continue to be a vital part of Lawrence's rich history, and their ongoing participation deepens our Lawrence identity. And whereas assisted living is a critical long-term care option for older adults and individuals with disabilities that fosters choice, dignity, and independence. Assisted living communities are committed to excellence, innovation, and the advancement of person-centered care. And whereas in 1995, the National Center for Assisted Living established National Assisted Living Week to honor the contributions of assisted living communities in providing long-term care to America's seniors and individuals with disabilities. And whereas this year's theme of National Assisted Living Week is Joyful Moments, highlights the incredible care provided by essential caregivers and the special memories created in assisted living facilities across the country. And whereas during this special week, assisted living communities across the country are encouraged to organize activities and events which celebrate the dedication of staff, the individuality of residents, and the deep connections formed by these settings, while adhering to COVID-19 safety requirements and precautions. Now, therefore, I, Courtney Shipley, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, Kansas, do hereby proclaim September 11th through 17th, 2022 as Assisted Living Week, and urge all citizens to virtually visit or call a loved one, family member, or friend residing in any care setting and offer a kind word and spend time participating in various virtual activities to unite those from all walks of life in need for our continuing love and support, to learn more about how assisted living services benefits Douglas County residents.
Right.
Thank you again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That brings us to the proclamation for September 15th through October 15th as Hispanic Heritage Month. I don't know if Dr. Muhammad is on or not. Oh, something happened.
I don't believe so.
Sorry?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Then I'm happy to read that. Whereas we as a nation have celebrated Hispanic heritage since September 17, 1968, when President Lyndon B. Johnson signed the National Hispanic Heritage Week bill into law, authorizing a week of celebration, recognition, and learning about the contributions and achievements of the Hispanic, Latino, Latinx community in the United States. And whereas, on August 17, 1988, President Ronald Reagan signed legislation to expand Hispanic Heritage Week to a month-long celebration, allowing for the planning and coordination of activities and events in the decades since. National Hispanic Heritage Month proclamations have been made by every sitting president of the United States. And whereas the month from September 15th until October 15th spans historic events in Latin America and South America, including the national independence of Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua, as well as Independence Days in Mexico and Chile. And whereas, as of July 2019, the United States has the second largest population of Hispanic and Latino people in the world, second only to Mexico. Over 1 million Hispanic and Latino people are veterans of the U.S. Armed Forces and have fought in every war on American soil and abroad since the American Revolution. And whereas this month offers the opportunity to educate ourselves about the experiences and achievements of our Hispanic, Latino, Latinx neighbors and to appreciate their heritage and traditions. And whereas the City of Lawrence seeks to honor the contributions of Hispanic, Latino, Latinx, and community members to the history, prosperity of our own town and our society. And whereas our mission to create a community where all enjoy life and feel at home asks community members acknowledge and celebrate diversity and cultivate cultural awareness. Now, therefore, I, Courtney Shipley, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, Kansas, do hereby proclaim September 15th, 2022 through October 15th, 2022 as National Hispanic Heritage Month. In accordance with that, I would like to, for the next few weeks, recognize a member of the community who has done great works for all kinds of things, including education. Hold on, I'm clicking over here to the right place. And for the first week of Hispanic Heritage Month, I would like to recognize Rosina Aguirre. I believe she's here online. Rosina? Would you like to tell us a little bit about your work?
Well, I mean, lately I've been working with the Lawrence Latinx Youth Council, and so we've been fundraising to give usually it's two scholarships to students, to two seniors in Lawrence of Latin American ancestry, and to continue either any kind of higher education, can be technical or going to college or university.
Thank
And
you.
I'm sorry, I forgot I should mention, Somos Lawrence is another group that is like helping a lot of making some resources in the community accessible to non-English speakers or Spanish speakers. And so that's another group that it's also working here in Lawrence.
Well, thank you so much for being here. I will read the recognition. Whereas Rosina Aguirre, having completed undergraduate and graduate degrees from the University of Kansas, has been an ESL and Spanish educator at Lawrence High for 17 years. And whereas through work with the Latino Community Coalition, Rosina has advocated for mentoring and financial support for higher education for the Latinx community in Lawrence. And whereas Rosina has coordinated the Latino Success Scholarship selection since its creation in 2007, thereby aiding generations of graduating seniors in our community. And whereas Rosina's work with the Lawrence Latinx Youth Council, LLYC, earned her the 2021 MLK Dreamers Award. That award is presented to those who inspire others and encourage change among family, friends, and community. And whereas Rosina is a member of the Lawrence El Papaturo Sister City Project, which maintains a sistering relationship with El Papaturo, a small farming community in her native El Salvador. And whereas Lawrence seeks to recognize and encourage community members like Rosina Aguirre, who dedicate their lives to service and education, which reflects our mission to create a community where all enjoy life and feel at home. Now, therefore, I, Courtney Shipley, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, Kansas, do hereby recognize and celebrate during the first week of National Hispanic Heritage Month, 2022, the accomplishments of community member Rosina Aguirre. Thank you again.
Thank you.
That brings us to our consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and will be approved by one motion. There will be no separate discussion on those items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. Members of the public wishing to speak to an item that has been pulled off the consent agenda will be limited to 3 minutes for comments. Are there any items city commissioners would like to remove?
No. Nope. Bart.
Seeing nothing. Commissioner Littlejohn, oh, I see you're nodding. All right, then I will entertain a motion.
We need public.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Is there anything, oh, there he is, that a member of the public would like to remove?
The minutes, Mayor.
The city commission meeting minutes or the,
Yes.
okay, thank you.
Sorry, I don't.
C1,
Yes, thank you. I would just want to,
oh, hold on.
oh, sorry.
Are there any other items that anyone would like to remove?
C2A,
Oh,
Police
sorry,
Review
sorry.
Board meeting. You're good.
Anything else here in the audience? Let's look online. Anyone online, is there anything you would like to remove from consent agenda? Raise your virtual hand.
I don't see any, Mayor.
All right, great. Then I will look for a motion.
Move to approve the consent agenda with the exception of items C1A and C2A.
Second.
I have a first and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Commissioner Littlejohn.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. That passes 5-0. C1A,
Thank you, Mayor, council members, city folk, I appreciate you. I just want to address I think that until we actually deal with the question of how and why the minutes were changed and reduced in terms of actual written content, in terms of subject, specifically a public input, I think we need to continue to bring this up. I've read the memo response through the city manager via city legal in terms of that the city believes that it doesn't have the legal requirement to fully write out a content-based description of the entirety of the minutes. But I want to emphasize the basic core of our democratic process in this city and in this country. We are a constitutional republic with representation in terms of voting, but we are also based on deliberation, deliberative democracy. And I want to appreciate Commissioner Sellers for reminding us that we have the potential to send in written material. The problem with not including written content of public comment is that it's not searchable on the internet for people who are researchers, who are public interest researchers. I'm an independent public interest researcher, and YouTube is not a really searchable granularly in terms of keywords at this point. It's also YouTube as video content is not a legitimate public record, as we've already seen with the county commission having to lose videos and all of that. So I just want to bring it back 10 years ago. Last week, I commented on a prior vice mayor. I want to make sure that Commissioner Larson knows that I was not referring to you as vice mayor. It was 10 years ago. And I was commenting at that time. I'll refer to the minutes of July 16th, 2013 and July 23rd, 2013, when I quote, "A person said he was new to the area, but he had watched this issue, the Rock Chalk Park issue, now based on a relationship with a federal felon developer that we know cheated the city in terms of tax money. He said he was new to the area, but had watched this issue from the beginning and hoped that politics would be different in Lawrence than where he came from in Los Angeles, where there was a lot of shady backroom deals that seemed to favor certain groups over other groups. He said the city side of this appeared to have disdain for the intelligence and the importance of openness around the public need to know, and that the public might have a really important idea to weigh in on such an important project and investment of money. all along the way, there appeared to have been fiduciary negligence on the side of the city. I will send this in as a written input for next week, but I just want to
Thank you.
point out that this kind of thing needs to be searchable for people.
Maybe we could ask for it to be on this agenda?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any public comment, other public comment on this item? Is there any public comment online?
Stephen Watts.
Thank you. Yes, the issue with respect to minutes is one that I've brought up before and have had the energy to look at a little bit here recently. Commissioner Finkeldye has exchanged some very cogent responses with me, and I very much appreciate that. The issue, however, is that, and this word was used last week, and I found it creepingly eerie, that is suppression. The truth is suppressed when it is so dichotomized that it becomes like it is right now. Public comment was heard. It's insufficient. I understand the challenges that were made 6 years ago. And as I wrote Commissioner Finkeldye, I apologize, I wasn't paying as close attention then. One would hope that you don't have to do that. We're going to talk about this later tonight, I hope, in terms of evidently there is some issue. Who has the video record? Who is the custodian of the record? Does YouTube own it? Does Zoom own it? Or do we, the people here in Lawrence, have our own servers or are taking the risk and paying up in the cloud? These are unanswered questions, but I'm not trying to make life difficult for anybody in terms of keeping a written record of what's going on. And what Jeremy just read was pretty neutral in many, many ways. What exists now is insufficient. And it's bled down from city commission meetings to every branch, every committee, every council, anything that goes on. You know, I just reviewed the review board meeting for the housing people, and there's some stuff going on in there that I think needs to be public. However, it's going to be written down. It was heard. Anyway, I appreciate the time. And so this is an issue with minutes. Please do not suppress reality going in later on tonight. We'll talk about that in a minute. Thank you.
Is there any other public comment online?
That's it, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Let's bring it back to the commission. Any comments or discussion?
Fine with approving it. So I'll make a motion. Is that okay? Move to, do we even have to make a motion on this?
We do for Sid.
Yes,
Okay.
since it's your.
Receive. Okay, move to receive the I'm sorry. Got the wrong one there. CA1. Consider approving the 9/6/22 City Commission meeting minutes.
Second.
I have a first and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 That's 5-0. That brings us to public comment. The public is,
We still have C2A.
oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, no, we're good.
So I find it interesting that you guys did not have any discussion because I'm going to bring up another minute issue. In these minutes for this police review board meeting, the members are listed as present. But in what sense? Maybe that's why none of you realized that none of those police review board members were there. Is that maybe why we had 6 of them present at this past meeting? But in those minutes, it doesn't even say that we were faced with a room of police officers and no members here. So do you guys want to discuss the minutes or do you just want to make a motion and pass it? Because you have an issue. And I hope you can tell by the way we're pulling the consent agenda items and addressing them directly, that we're not in here trying to waste your time every night or make this meeting take long. These are real issues that we all have concerns about. Jeremy has his own concerns because of what happened at Rock Chalk Park and the way that public record has been scrubbed somewhat. And he's right. If you've looked into it, he's right. But what we saw at that CPRB meeting was that we had no members there. Now, I want to thank all the members for showing up at this last one. I stood right over here where that camera is and thanked each individual member as they come in for being here. Because we can't have meetings like that where there's no members and it's all police. So you guys talk about minutes and they've talked about minutes, but you guys really aren't addressing the issues that are being brought up. Are you willing to have a change in minutes? And say that we need to have what sense people are present in? Because I bet that a lot of times you guys as commissioners have so much on your plate that you don't have time to watch the videos and get the full context of the meeting. And I'm going to bet that more times than not, you're referring back to the minutes to try to get a gist of what happened. And would have any of you have known that your board was failing to be here in those minutes? Good point, isn't it? Wouldn't you think? I'm going to forego my last minute and make myself available for questions if there is any.
Just, you're saying they were on Zoom and.
Sure,
weren't
they were
physically
on
present.
Zoom.
That's what you're saying.
But presently, we were met with nothing but police officers. And you can't tell that in the minutes is all I'm saying.
Got it.
And it's a big issue. I'm not finishing out. I'm waiting if there's any other questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other public comment or questions on this? Is there anyone online? Raise your virtual hand.
No, Mayor.
All right. Oh,
Bridget Chapin?
Yeah, hi. I just wanted to clarify that there's not going to be an update on the South Lawrence traffic way today at the meeting.
Dr. Chapin, there will be very shortly. We have to get past the work session and the regular agenda items. This is general public comment.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Consent.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Commissioners.
Fine to receive them in the condition they are right now. So I'll just make,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you get them.
I was just gonna say, I appreciate the comments and
Yeah.
we're talking about them. I mean, I'm thinking about it and this isn't the time on receiving this minutes, whether or not we discuss
Mhm.
that would be on a future agenda. So I think for night we'll receive I'm good with receiving the minutes.
Me too. Make a motion to receive the Community Police Review Board meeting minutes.
Second.
I have a first and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Now that brings us to public comment.
Read the-
That was pretty cool the way you guys did that. Asked one question and just received the minutes. You know, you guys could have, as commissioners, decided to direct staff to look into making a change during the consent item, couldn't you? Isn't that part of the protocols and the purview that you have? You could have directed staff to look into that, but you chose to just freaking accept the minutes. When we had to come in here to a bunch of police officers. You know, there's people that won't come into a room like that. And I keep talking to them a lot. There's people that won't come down here and come into a room. There's somebody that attends every one of these meetings that won't come here in person because of the way police treat people. That's amazing that you guys just passed that up. You could have directed staff, and we all know you could have, because you've directed staff on stuff on consent items before. So why couldn't we? Why couldn't we direct staff to say, hey, we need to have something in the minutes that says how the people are at our boards? Are they there virtually? Are they there personally? And I don't care if you want to do it with all the boards, but you damn sure better do it with the police review board. Because that's a point where the public is supposed to come in and be able to feel comfortable to address the problems they have with police officers. And you're not working to make it any easier. And I told you guys a few weeks ago that I was done being nice about this. I came in here respectful, reading from a freaking iPad when I first started, if you remember. Called you commissioners, called you mayor and all that crap. In the time that I've been here, not one of you have ever acted on something that I've brought. And if you have, I haven't heard about it or seen any results of it. That May 5th brutality that happened downtown, I was told by two of you that there was going to be a second review and found out later from Craig that there is no second review, that the police has full authority. What in the hell is wrong with you?
Did you want to read that statement for Jenna?
I do, if you wouldn't mind, let me read the public comment statement. Thank you, Mr. Spees. The public is allowed to speak on items or issues that are not scheduled for the discussion on agenda. As a general practice, the commission will not discuss or debate these items, nor will the commission make decisions on items presented during this time. Individuals should address all comments and questions to the commission. Each person will be limited to 3 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Spees.
I apologize, Mayor, for stepping up.
My name is Dr. Justin Spees. I'm running for Douglas County Commissioner in District 1 as a Republican candidate. My PhD is in human development from Kansas State. My master's degree is in marriage and family therapy from Kansas State. My bachelor's degree is in addiction counseling from Washburn. I've worked as a licensed marriage and family therapist and master addiction counselor, and I provided therapy locally here for adults and children who have been sexually abused. I used to work at Gowdegee Safe Center and was a board member on there as well. It's the STA Care Center now. Now, I know a lot of you might be turned off by the idea that I'm Republican. You might not vote for me, but I just want to kind of bring some stuff to your attention, Lawrence. So here over the last couple of weeks, the city commission, the county commission, and then last night, the school board all voted unanimously to raise your property taxes, and the city commission here voted to increase your utility bills. And I just kind of want to, and also tonight, the city commission here is going to vote to censor you, Lawrence, to come in here and speak during public comment. And I just want to bring to your attention who makes up these boards. So here on the city commission, you got Bart Littlejohn, he's a Democrat. Lisa Larson, she's a Democrat. Courtney Shipley, Democrat. Brad Finkeldye, supposedly a Republican, but still voted unanimously with everyone else to raise your taxes. So he's a rhino. Amber Sellers, probably Democrat. Amber Sellers, Democrat. School board, you got Carol Cadu Blackwell, Democrat. Kay Emerson, Democrat. Erica Hill, Democrat. Kelly Jones, Democrat. Shannon Kimball, Democrat. G.R. Gordon Ross, Democrat. Paula Smith, Democrat. County Commission, you got Patrick Kelly, Democrat, Shannon Reed, Democrat, Shannon Portillo, Democrat, and that's it. There are no other members, elected officials that I'll name. That's it. They're all Democrats. They all voted unanimously. There was no opposition whatsoever to any of this, Lawrence. And I just got to ask you guys out there, what more do you need to say, hey, I think we need to make a change here? And again, I get you might not be on board. You might be turned off with the fact that I'm a Republican, but I will oppose everything that those Democrat, those communist county commissioners come up with on the board there. So if you're wondering why your taxes are increasing and it's hard for to make ends meet, look no further than who you continue to vote into office and think about voting for somebody different. Last week after this meeting, a YouTube channel called San Joaquin Valley Transparency posted a video about this meeting. It has 54,000 views right now. I would encourage you, Lawrence, to go out and check it out and read through the comments. Is brutal, Courtney, is brutal, man. You did not look good at all. You trying to silence us like that, it's going to backfire on you. A lot more people saw what you're up to, plus your racist comments that you made about white people. It's all out there. So again, my name is Dr. Justin Spees. I'm running for County Commissioner in District 1, and I'd appreciate it if you consider voting for me.
This is regarding decisions liberals in power are making to further stifle free speech within public arenas. Liberals know that if they limit conservatives' ability to speak, they control what can enter other people's minds. The musician Prince once said, "There's a war going on, and the battlefield is the mind, and the prize is the soul." Today's liberal leadership is only made possible because they censor conservatives. Liberals also fear that if they don't maintain control of local and national media, the truth will get out to the masses. Therefore, liberals being in control is not legitimate. Liberal politicians feel intimidated because they know true conservatives will never bend a knee to local or federal governments. The liberal president has just announced to the world that conservatives are extremists and a threat to our country, potentially putting their lives at risk. So while there's a target on their backs, liberal government officials work diligently to silence conservatives even further. The combination of calling conservatives enemies of the state and censoring them makes their situation even more dire, as their recourse to defend their position is eliminated. To those who hear this, where are the men of Douglas County who believe in the provisions promised in the Constitution? Where are the men now, as half of American citizens are censored more than ever? Those who have decided not to defend our freedoms need to understand that one day it will be their rights that are trampled on and their words that are silenced. Being a member of the silent majority is no badge of honor. Be brave and take more risks. For those who are beginning to sense that we are losing America, you need to join in, speak out, push back, and get involved in any way you can. We must work relentlessly to preserve our freedoms for our children. My son just happened to share this with me on the way in. Author is unknown. It didn't start with gas chambers. It started with one-party control of the media, one party controlling the message, one party deciding what truth is, one party censoring and silencing the opposition, one party dividing citizens into us versus them and calling their side to harass them. It started when good people, like some of those here, turned blind eye and let it happen to their fellow countrymen. P.S. Neither me or anyone in my family have ever called ourselves Latinx, which is a made-up term meant to take the male identity out of the Latino culture.
There's an event in debate called extemporaneous speech, and I've never done it before, but I didn't come prepared to make a speech, but a friend of mine just showed me an article in the paper, and I'm going to try an extemporaneous speech tonight. I don't know how closely you follow economics or what's going on, but I saw a statistic today that just narrowed down inflation to the essentials like rent, food, and gas. 24% is what we're facing. Average household real income has gone down for 17 months in a row. It's not a good time for most people with families. And honestly, I don't know if you guys have families, but we do. We can agree that Lawrence is a beautiful place to live. It's gorgeous. We got the river, we've got parks. It's a wonderful place to live, but it's a really hard place to raise a family because it's getting unaffordable. I saw in the paper that utilities you're wanting to increase, and that's going to give you about $8 million in funds to do things with. Sounds like might be on your wish list. I'd like to have some things on my wish list too, but I can't do that. People are really suffering when you're proposing these increases at the same time. You've admitted people can't afford it. You're going to spend over $700,000 for staff to implement this utility assistance. And what are you going to use the $8 million for? For bike lanes that go nowhere? For empty buses? For big fire trucks that don't fit anywhere? If you're going to make decisions that harm average people, you're going to have to realize that people are going to push back. What I hear from my friends and what I've experienced is that for some reason you feel threatened when we question your decisions. You don't like it when we want you to justify your decisions and support these policies that you make. I'm sorry you feel threatened, but if you're going to make policies like this, you're going to have to realize that that's going to happen. And elected officials are invited to budget meetings. I'd like you to consider inviting precinct committee people who are elected officials.
Thank you.
You want to go down? You want to go up? The one on the left.
My name is Dan Katie. I'd also like to talk about the proposals for the utility rate increases.
Mr. Katie, that'll be on our agenda later. Well, if you'd like to interject, you can be removed. We do have an order that we're doing, all the things on our agenda. If you'd like to stay to talk about that, I wish you would.
I can't talk now?
He may not get the.
If you would like to talk on something general comment that's not on the agenda, you're welcome to do that during the public comment.
Let him talk.
Mr. Katie.
So what can I talk about?
Exactly. She controls.
Can you tell me what I can
Things
talk
that are
about?
not on our agenda at this time, general public comment items that are not on our agenda.
General, except for this, or except for that. General. Speak when you want to speak, man. Just talk.
If you'd
Okay,
like to
so
continue
could I talk?
interrupting, I can have you removed.
You're the one interrupting. Let him talk.
Can I talk now about? I don't know exactly what you're saying. I know you've got something on item 4.
Yes, if you would please stay with us and talk about that during that item, we would love to hear what you have to say.
That's bullshit. We stayed
Okay.
and you guys adjourned the meeting. We still have
Will-
to talk.
Will
If you'd like to
will I be
continue
allowed to talk
interrupting, we can have
now
you
about
removed.
something else?
Yes,
But I
Not
just
on the
can't
agenda.
talk about utility rates right now. Is that what you're saying?
not on the agenda.
Okay. What I'd like to talk about is sustainability. Sustainability. When I hear that word, I know I got to reach for my wallet because you're going to take my money and that money is going to go to billionaires, hedge fund managers, and a lot of it's going to China. A lot of it's going to China. Sustainability. I have not had anyone tell me how spending $8 million on sustainability is going to stop one tornado, one heat incident, one flood, one tornado, because that's part of your climate action plan. It's on your website. Those are the things that you're going to take, you're going to control. Can somebody tell me how you're going to control those items? It's kind of convenient that you put things in there and you say, these are what we're going to affect, but then you don't tell me how you're going to affect them. So what you do is you take, you have clean, inexpensive, efficient, reliable natural gas. And you don't always explain what sustainability is. So I'm going to say, I'm just assuming this because you want to go to electricity. You want to change from natural gas to electricity. You want to take the taxpayers' money to do that. Natural gas. And I've talked to people in the business, and that natural gas comes from Western Kansas, Oklahoma, Wyoming, comes from the United States. So you want to do away with the natural gas for electricity. Where do the turbines, the wind turbines come from? They come from overseas. I've seen them coming in on cargo ships. Then they're shipped to the middle of the country and put up in a cow pasture and taken away vegetation. Solar panels come from China. Lithium comes from China, the Congo, and Afghanistan. When those items are no longer viable, you can't recycle them. There's nothing you can do with them. They're a nightmare for the environment, and you're pushing it because it's an agenda item for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Katie. Any further public comment in the room?
This is my first time down here. I generally watch these meetings every week. And I got to tell you, I got to talk about last week's meeting because I couldn't believe it. And Mayor, I'm speaking to you right now. Specifically with regard to decorum and segregation. The Civil Rights Act of 1964 prohibits discrimination on the basis of race, color, religion, sex, and national origin in hiring, promoting, or firing. It's 58 years since 1964. I turned on my city commission meeting last week and I hear duly elected mayor of my city declare, and I quote, "I've been mayor here for about 6 months and I have spent more time than I can calculate making sure we do not, frankly, appoint all white boards." That's at 2410 on the YouTube, if you want to go back and look at it. Did I hear you correctly? Ms. Shipley is denying qualified candidates to boards based solely on their race. To be clear, the main qualifier to be placed on these boards is that you not be white. You only have to replace her word white with Native American, Black, Catholic, female, Saudi Arabian to know this is illegal and goes against the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Not only is this illegal, it's highly distasteful. Let me see. I have never lived during a time before the Civil Rights Act was made law. This is beyond cringe to my ears. If the mayor has indeed discriminated while appointing people to taxpayer-funded positions on boards, this should be investigated and she should be reprimanded and perhaps removed from public office. On a second topic, public meeting decorum. Decorum is defined as behavior that is socially correct, calm, and polite. During the same meeting of September 6th, the mayor showed extreme rudeness twice at least, while simultaneously asking the public for respect of her office. At timestamp 2931, the mayor rolled her eyes while a constituent was addressing the board. Again, at 30:55, she can be seen executing what I call a monumental eye roll. I've been a teacher for 30 years and a parent for 26, and let me tell you, this disrespectful behavior is not tolerated in schools nor at home. It is abhorrent behavior for an elected public steward in the course of performing her publicly elected duties. Your clear disdain for the public you are tasked with serving is unacceptable. At timestamp 3104, you interrupt the same constituent to remind them to call you by the title of mayor. Need I point out the absurdity of asking for respect while giving none in return? I understand decorum goes both ways. Interrupting public comment as you do lessens your credibility and any goodwill that would naturally occur in the position you hold. You must recognize that when you lead with a racist statement, you have no self-control or awareness. Can I have 12 more seconds?
Thank you, ma'am. You didn't tell us your name?
My name is Susan Carey.
Thank you.
I also sent this in, so it would be included, as Ms. Sellers pointed out, that I needed to send it in so it would make the minutes, because I was really worried that my comments might be left out of the minutes. So they are also in printed.
Thank you. We'll make sure that they're included.
They already have been. Thank you.
And shame on each one of you for not
If you want to continue interrupting, we will remove you.
saying that she's racist.
Is there anyone else who would like to make public comment?
Hi, I'm Chris Flowers. Not really here. I'm just here because I'd like to make a few comments to the commission regarding their plan to put one big homeless camp in North Lawrence. I have no problem with a homeless camp, but the thing that gets me is the city and you all acting like this was done to help the homeless. This was not done to help the homeless. This was done because the homeless were camping throughout the city and citizens were complaining about them being nuisances. This was done to please the complaining citizens, not help the homeless. If this was done to help the homeless and not because of citizens bitching about the homeless, then why was this done after the citizens complained and after the city had cleared out some of homeless encampments? If this was to help the homeless, then why couldn't this camp have been made in addition to letting people camp throughout the city already? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sue Herring. I want to point out tonight that what we're talking about here tonight and what's occurring here is because we're in the throes of mass formation psychosis. This occurs when a crisis is manufactured to focus attention on one issue so that other agendas are ignored. Previously, as in the 1930s, this was the precursor for totalitarianism. It is again today. Dr. Bettis Asphalt, if I'm pronouncing his name correctly, a professor at Ghent University in Belgium, describes it in full in his book called Psychology of Totalitarianism. You'll find many interviews with him online. They are compelling, to say the least. Who's caught in the net of mass formation psychosis? Dr. Desmet breaks it down as follows. 65% of people go along with the psychosis. They simply don't care. Many people in my age group fall into this category, in my opinion. They've had a life. They have their own, as the expression goes, so little else counts. 30% of people are fanatical followers and become ritualistic about it in spite of any new information to the contrary or any data found to contradict the original narrative. Think of the mask Nazis, the vax promoters, the contact tracers, the quarantines imposed on people in nursing homes. The following 5%, the remaining 5%, resist because they see all of this clearly and they feel they have a moral imperative to stand up. The sorry result of mass formation psychosis is the implementation of totalitarianism. The 65% influenced heavily by the 30%, in other words, 95% of the population, are the same as hypnotized. They're gripped by fear, stranded by loneliness. They are easily led. The remaining 5% speak out. They don't go along. They are the only irritation that prevents mass formation psychosis from succeeding. Dr. Desmet points out that in the past, if the 5% are silenced or they go underground, within 6 months, atrocities begin, which marks the final stage of totalitarian states. So it's 65%, 30%, and 5%. Where are you falling? Didn't you ask yourself when history assignments were taught about the events leading up to wars in the previous century, or when those assignments taught you about the civil rights movement? Didn't you ask what you would have done if you had lived during those events? Now you know. Thank you.
Further public comment in the room?
My name is Joe Herrick, and I'd like to begin with a couple of quotes from John F. Kennedy. And I quote, "An error does not become a mistake until you refuse to correct it." End quote. The next quote, and I quote, "Without debate, without criticism, no administration, no country can succeed, and no republic can survive." End quote. I'd like to talk just a little bit about current events and things that have happened in the past. If you have not recognized what's going on in the world by now, it doesn't mean you're evil, but rather you're extremely uninformed. John F. Kennedy, Robert Kennedy, Martin Luther King were all assassinated. Nobody talks about September the 10th, 2001. That's when Donald Rumsfeld, the Secretary of State, announced that there was $2.3 trillion missing from the Pentagon. Well, we know what happened the next day. The Twin Towers came down and Building 7 came down. There's enough information out there right now to know that that was our own government. And if you haven't done your research, it's time you looked, because it's going to come out and it's going to surprise a lot of people. There were no airplanes that crashed into the building. That was CGI, computer generated images. The buildings were brought down with demolition and direct energy weapons that basically vaporized the buildings and turned them to dust. And then we have COVID-19. Everything they've told us about that's been a lie. The shots didn't prevent transmission. They didn't prevent you from getting the disease. Blah, blah, blah. Lie, lie, lie. And still we look to these agencies for truth. Forget it. It's not there. The next big thing that's going to come along is climate change. All this is like Dan over here said, this is just a method of funneling money up to the elites. We're not going to solve this problem until we all get on the same page. We have an evil government. Get over it.
Fix the American.
For the money,
A little bit of respect.
excuse me, any other public comment?
Yes, thank you. Jeremy Rothkushel. I want to cover one very specific issue that I will also bring to the Community Police Review Board, as there's nowhere else to bring it. But Michael's previous comments about what the notes actually portray about what's going on at the Community Police Review Board are very accurate, and that it speaks to a much larger issue that I think we are partially dealing with this evening, which has to do with two forces happening at the same time. On one side, there's a suppression of the deliberative process. I want to remind us of almost the totality of the First Amendment of what it protects. Okay, we'll put aside religion, but other than that, it protects all of the really crucial functions that happen in this room, really. There's speech, there's press. Press is a fundamental personal right that belongs to anybody who wants to use it. There's assembly. That's what you all are doing. This is an official assembly. We also then have redress, the ability to petition for redress of grievance. When you begin to shut down the deliberative function, you actually begin to shut down the channels for people to deliberate. Now, there's many people we all disagree with. Some of them may be on the commission. Some of them may be public commenters. When we suppress deliberation, we create a toxic void that can then be filled by bad actors, really, even when we don't like what we're hearing. All right, that's one thing that's happening, a suppression of the deliberative function protected by the First Amendment. The other thing that's happening at the very same time is the rise of a police state and surveillance technology and basically a totalitarian style technocratic state, not only here in the United States, but all around the world. So my specific issue is because of some of the work that Michael's done to do Lawrence accountability, I become aware that the Lawrence Police Department is not only using brief cam an Israeli security state video analytics program, but has also used Celebrite, which is another Israeli intelligence founded invasive technology in order, and this was in a looked to me like a low-level meth case of some sort. Meth sucks. It's horrible. We don't want meth in our communities. But do we want to trade our basic Fourth Amendment protections, especially trading it away for bringing in a technology that is used to suppress an indigenous population in Palestine? I, as a Jewish American patriot of conscience, say no, and I wish more public servants would talk to me about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. Any other public comment in the room?
Yes.
Any public comment online? Raise your digital hand.
Stephen Watts.
Raise your digital hand.
How do you raise his digital hand?
Here.
Thank you. Can you guys?
Sorry, I think maybe someone needs to be, sorry, Mr. Watts, someone needs to
Oh,
be.
that's okay. The
muted
Carters
so
have
that-
their.
Okay,
mic
we're good.
hot
We're
and
good. Okay,
their,
go
camera
ahead.
on. Thank you.
All right.
In echoing some of what Jeremy is talking about, yes, we did have a meeting. Jeremy and I actually sat down with Rich, Adam, Greg. I thought we had come to a fairly good agreement, but short-lived. At any rate, this grab for power is going on. Here's a little rinky-dink issue. I'm sorry, it all costs money, but that's what it comes down to. That is that our call center to call dispatch, we share with the county. It's a 60-40 arrangement. It has worked. It's gotten, sometimes it doesn't work. Well, now there's kind of a grab for power about who runs it. And I've asked for clarification on it through 2 or 3 different emails, and I've gotten nothing. As Jeremy said, this is the only place I can come to seek it. So we need to clarify who controls the dispatch center. Is it the county or is it the sheriff's office? I don't need another layer of the police to go through. I already have the Lawrence Police Department. I should not have to go through a sheriff's office if there's an issue with the dispatch. The way it had been set up in the past is that the dispatch supervisor, a very well-paid position, and he's a good guy, responds to the county. He does not answer to the sheriff's office. These lines of communication continue to become befuddled. As is the police state advancing? I don't know. Kind of looks like it though. And I don't think you guys are the enemy. I don't think you guys are the enemy or that you're the evil people or any of these other kind of stuff. When we're in the gulags, can I please set aside the little area that I'd like to be in? Thank you.
Hillary Carter.
Wait, stand up. Sorry. Can you say hi?
Hi,
What's your name?
Miriam.
My name is Miriam Carter.
My name is Miriam Carter.
And what did you want to speak to the commission about tonight?
Can I have a sidewalk in my street?
Miriam wanted to speak to the commission tonight to ask if there would be the possibility of expanding a sidewalk in front of her house. You want to tell them what street you live on?
I live on Virginia.
Mm-hmm. And she was going to go out scooting and didn't have a sidewalk. And so she wanted to ask the commission if that was a possibility. Can you
Thank you, Miriam.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hillary.
Mm-hmm.
We'll contact you and hopefully you and I can speak.
Okay, thank you.
Any other public comment online?
That's all the comments, Mayor.
Thank you, everyone. That brings us to our work session. The work session provides an opportunity for the City Commission to discuss items in greater detail. As a general practice, the Commission will not make decisions on items presented during this time. Rather, they will refer the items to staff for follow-up. If necessary, work session topics are eligible for live public comment. Each person will be limited to 3 minutes. And I believe Britt will be presenting this.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Britt Crunkano, City Economic Development
Director, I'd like to start by sharing the screen.
Okay, so tonight we wanted to do something a little bit different. Normally we come and just report out on all the activities that we've been working on within our prosperity and economic security team. Tonight we actually did want to have a work session with you to gain some input and possibly some ideas on potentially expanding the Catalyst program, and more specifically expanding it to support and attract advanced energy-based businesses. So what we're going to do is going to start out, I'd like to kind of give you the strategic context in which this falls. Sam will talk a little bit more about the economic factors that are timely right now and go over the Catalyst program, and then also the proposed modifications, and then we'll open it up for discussion. I did want to make it clear that tonight we're not voting on anything. This is simply a discussion and to get some guidance and direction from the City Commission on what you'd be interested in supporting. So there we go. As a reminder, prosperity and economic security is charged with providing people and businesses with opportunity for economic security. We work to remove and prevent barriers created by systemic institutional injustice, and ultimately support the collective prosperity and a vibrant, sustainable local economy. So around these goals, Prosperity and Economic Security team have identified the following strategies and priorities within the sound fiscal stewardship commitment area. As you recall, the way the city's strategic plan is framed out, each outcome area also has to work within each commitment area. And one of these is the sound fiscal stewardship area. Around those, within that outcome, one of the strategies we feel that is closely aligned is to attract private development partners based on community plan objectives and goals. We also have a short-term priority related to that to create public-private partnerships for developing commercial assets. A second strategy that is related to this is to create new incentives that are targeted at businesses and industries that provide pathways to economic success for the employees, the company, and the community. And a related short-term priority is to focus resources on projects that grow the commercial industrial tax base and provides additional economic benefits, including supporting entrepreneurship. So, and as you can see, I've over here, on the right-hand side, I do have the performance indicators listed, but here I have outlined them a little bit better. I'm not going to read through all of them. I did want to point out what I think is the strongest alignment, which is PS3, target industry employment growth. If you recall, the Ernst & Young consultant team, when they came up with our community economic development strategic recommendations, they also recommended that we target certain industries. And one of those industries is advanced materials and green manufacturing. So I feel like this has strong alignment there. PS8, the 5-year rolling average of the total commercial building permit value, and PS9, the percent of private dollars leveraged to city dollars also, I think, has strong alignment with all of this. So get the slide to recent things that have happened. You know, the Panasonic plant announcement that's going into DeSoto has a lot of people thinking about what will come and what won't come and how it's going to impact us. Also, the Inflation Reduction Act was recently signed into law. So we feel like there's a couple of big things that have happened recently that kind of puts this into a timely discussion around this. And also staff has been having discussions about a future industrial park. Some ideas were to have a green manufacturing park. I'm not sure we have the ability to narrow it down that specifically, but we could use incentives to try to draw and fill that park with the types of businesses that would be desired. The other thing I guess I wanted to mention is that we could use an incentive package that would attract these types of businesses throughout Lawrence, not necessarily on industrial land. There may be some office type businesses like green engineering, green innovation that we could possibly support that would not fall within the purview of the Catalyst program as it now stands. And once again, before I turn it over to Sam, he's going to talk about the Catalyst program and open it up for discussion. I did want to relay that this is purely a discussion to throw out ideas and to get some feel for your interest in this. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Sam.
Yeah, thanks, Britt. Good evening, commissioners. Like Britt was saying, if you haven't heard it a million times before, the Panasonic plant is coming. And with the estimated 4,000 jobs on site and the 4,000 kind of secondary and tertiary jobs through suppliers, vendors, and et cetera, we're looking to really capture a bulk of that, or as much as we can, through kind of incentive innovation. And so we do have a cross section with the Inflation Reduction Act, which among a million other things is being touted as a pretty substantial investment in the green or the advanced energy manufacturing industry. That's mainly going to be done through several different tax credits. And along with those tax credits, the federal government will also be implementing credit bonuses for prevailing wages and apprenticeship requirements. Prevailing wages are normally calculated by sector and by area, so we don't necessarily have those on hand at the moment, but those can be calculated as the industry grows or as the industry comes out to Kansas City or the Lawrence area. I do also want to make note that this law was passed back in August, pretty late August, only several weeks ago, and that guidelines and requirements from the federal government and its various departments and agencies are still being built out, and timelines are still being made. So we don't necessarily have all the information on hand, but what we have seen so far is pretty promising. You can go to the next slide, Britt. So as part of the kind of catalyst expansion into what the federal government has deemed advanced energy businesses, these list of qualifications come from the Clean Energy Manufacturing Tax Credit, which the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, will be heavily investing in. I won't go into detail on all of these. They're very kind of specific, but the main highlights is that these are mainly for production of materials. These are anything in the pipeline. Presumably, a lot of these will be a lot of the businesses that will be in the Panasonic pipeline will fall underneath one of these requirements. Let's see. The commission and the public. The Catalyst program was initiated to kickstart development in the Lawrence Venture Park, which is our industrial park to the east, and to round out the remaining properties on the East Hills Business Park just east of that. So the assistance package right now, as it stands, is a 10-year property tax abatement at 50%, with 70 moving it up with a LEED silver equivalent. LEED is the Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design. It's a set of sustainable building practices that builders can implement to reach certain standards, as well as an industrial revenue bond sales tax exemption for Lawrence Venture Park land that is city owned. And so part of the assistance is we provide that to the developer at no cost. The personal property tax exemption from the state, and we waive IRB and property tax application and origination fees. And so what we ask back from businesses currently depends on the area, but it's mainly focused on minimum building size and capital investment. And that's mainly to capture some of the tax revenue for the investment in the construction that will come fully on the tax rolls after the 10-year abatement runs out. So if you want to go to the next slide, Britt. So what we have kind of proposed and what we want to discuss with you tonight is the creation of what we think of as a second sort of track for these advanced energy businesses that we have so far really qualified under the federal guidelines, and so because of that, we were looking to change up some of the incentive package and then also their requirements. So right now, the proposed track for advanced energy businesses would bump up their abatement up to 75% for qualifying advanced energy businesses. They would not need to provide LEED Silver equivalent certification in order to reach that. It would just be, if they qualify as an advanced energy business, they move up to 75%. The reason it being that extra 5% that's a little higher than the standard track, we believe it would be fair, as a lot of these businesses will be, as long as they provide prevailing wages under the federal requirements, the federal government will have clawback measures. So if the business at any time reports lower than prevailing wages or job estimates, the federal government will remove or reduce their tax credits. So we feel like that's a pretty good incentive measure or a clawback measure in order to keep them at their proposed wages and job guarantees. And in terms of the eligibility requirements for some of these businesses, we are proposing a change in Lawrence Venture Park from a reduction from 75,000 minimum square feet to 45,000, and a minimum capital investment from 5 million to 3 million. That represents about a 30% reduction in both fields. The main purpose for this is because while we do have some land available left in Lawrence Venture Park, a lot of the lots are starting to get to be a little small. And I think I provided the map in the agenda memo, but as you can see, not all of them can be built out to the 75,000 square foot requirement, or it would be very challenging for them to do so. So in order to alleviate that, we proposed for advanced energy businesses reducing that size requirement. There's also, in doing research for some of this, there's also some pretty interesting details on new advanced energy manufacturing plants with the advancements in technology that can actually be reduced in size than what you would think a standard manufacturing plant could be. So it also kind of aligns with where the industry is going in terms of size. We did not propose any changes in the East Hills Business Park. With that being, at this moment in time, there's about only one available parcel left, and it does not have any size or shape constraints that would require a business to be awkwardly constructed. It is fairly sizable compared to some of the other lots in Lawrence Venture Park. Lastly, with the industrial general zone land throughout the rest of the city, we propose reductions in both a new building or an expansion from 25,000 on both ends to 15,000, and a reduction in minimum capital investment from 1.6 million to just a flat 1 million, which, similar to Lawrence Venture Park, this does represent about a 30% reduction. That mainly being similar to Lawrence Venture Park, a lot of the remaining IG zone land in the city is fairly quite small. The biggest contiguous parcels of land remaining for IG zone are along the BNSF railway through North Lawrence. And some of those are just small, maybe up to half-acre lots. So maybe a 25,000 square foot building isn't necessarily feasible. But with the way that some of these energy businesses are doing production or testing or anything like that, they could make do with the 15,000 square foot facility. I think that covers the slide, Britt. So tonight we just wanted to have a discussion based on what we've kind of looked into and proposed. Are these federal qualifications sufficient for criteria? Is there a satisfaction or is there any concern about the assistance modification, which would be that $75,000 tax abatement? And is there any satisfaction or discussion on the eligibility requirements being modified, in this case being reduced for advanced energy businesses?
And I would just like to add that we are open to other ideas and suggestions as well that we'd like to hear from the commission on. I'm going to stop sharing the screen now.
Thank you, Britt and Sam. Any questions, commissioners?
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'll go. Thank you, Britt, and thank you, Sam. Just a couple of quick questions. In regards to the federal qualifications, I know you're saying that the guidelines requirements are still being built out. So if we were to utilize the federal qualifications, would it be your recommendation or understanding that we would keep them at their current status, or if there's subject to change in them, that we would do conforming changes as those guidelines shifted, if they ever shifted?
I think, Sam, if you want to jump in as well, I think what we'd like to do is probably wait a little while and let their guidelines flesh out a little bit more. But we would definitely need to define what guidelines would want to work with. This is kind of a nice, neat little package, or it looks like it's going to be a nice, neat little package. But in terms of ironing out the specific details, I think we need to wait a little bit to hear more on that. And again, if we were to come back to you with a proposal, we may propose using these guidelines still with some modifications, or we may suggest some additional guidelines or some additional restrictions.
Okay, thank you. A couple more questions. Sam, I want to make sure I heard you correct in the presentation.
Mm-hmm.
The initial proposed language for the 75% tax abatement without any lead qualifications, kind of the rationale for that was due to the prevailing wage clawback?
Yes, as well as I think in the memo I had also mentioned that as building materials, building construction, costs can still continue to rise. Lead standards, whether you build it to the certification or you build it to the equivalent, may not necessarily be feasible as those costs still continue to rise.
Okay. And then lastly, you may be able to answer this now, or I can circle back to it in discussion. I know there's been a lot of talk. I know we've brought up the Apex bill, which led to what we have now with Panasonic that will be in DeSoto. And I know that we've kind of heard from Peasley Tech and that there's been mentioning of that. And we know that federal law has put the incentive in for registered apprenticeships. Based on what you're proposing with the, based on what you're proposing here with this industry, do you believe, are we in a position, are we in a radius of academic infrastructure to support the workforce that would come with these businesses?
Again, I'll try to address that. In talking with Kevin Kelly, who is the director of Peaslee Tech, I think he feels like this is a regional effort to prepare the talent for these types of industries coming in, of which Peaslee would be a very active member. Kevin has already been extremely active in meeting with the other providers, educational providers, as well as the company itself. So he's really been on the forefront of trying to prepare for workforce. I think we are actually in a really kind of unique position because we not only have Peaslee Tech to help with that side of the workforce development, but we've also got KU. So if you talk about innovation, research, technology development, that sort of thing, I think we're going to see some spinoffs in that direction as well. So I think we do have some advantages when it comes to a talent pipeline. But that being said, they're probably going to pull from a regional talent pool.
I do have another question about clawbacks and tax abatements, but I'll leave that for discussion. So thank you, Britt. Thank you, Sam.
I just got a couple questions. So Britt or Sam, can you tell me if there are other federal or private industry guidelines available for these types of businesses? Or is this the only guideline we have that we know of right now?
In terms of like what business qualifies as advanced energy?
Yeah, are there other even industry standards for a business of this type or other federal guidelines?
I believe, Britt, you had pulled quite a few definitions. I think it varies, because we're discussing advanced energy. I think people also interchangeably use, green energy, green manufacturing, things like that. The qualifications that we pulled from were specifically from the clean energy manufacturing tax credits. So it's what the federal government, in order to qualify for those credits, it's what the federal government has designated as an advanced energy business. And this kind of connects with Commissioner Seller's question earlier. We use these qualifications as more of like a baseline to get everyone on the same understanding of what is being discussed as an advanced energy business. But if it's in the interest of the commission, we can certainly make these more general, more specific. The language can certainly be friendlier. It is very technical federal language. So that is something that we would be happy to look into if it's in the interest of the commission.
Yeah, that would be.
I would agree with what Sam said. And in doing some research, I have seen a variety of definitions being used by various states and agencies and that sort of thing, from both the federal and state level as well as municipalities. So I think part of our task would be actually making our definitions and coming to consensus with that, because they're kind of all over the place. Okay. And probably the federal guidelines are the most defined, I would say.
Okay. Okay, thank you. One more question. Have you looked at other communities that are offering similar incentives for these types of businesses and what guidelines they have or use?
We haven't researched that yet, but that is certainly something that we could do, and we'd be happy to do that as part of the continuing process of evaluating this, if the commission is interested.
Thank you. I would be interested. That's it.
Two questions. One, I know I've not read the bill, but I know the Apex bill has provisions in it for suppliers to Panasonic. Is there any consideration to having this applied to whoever qualifies under the Apex bill qualifies under our bill, under our catalyst program?
Again, I think that is something that we'd be happy to look into. And I think if that is the wish of the commission, we can bring that back as well.
Okay.
and this is a little off topic, but, one of the rationales for lowering the size, of the buildings under the Catalyst program is I know the lots we have left, both in Venture Park and IG in general. Is there a consideration to changing that in the regular Catalyst program as well, or just for this provision?
We haven't considered that yet for the regular Catalyst program, but it might be helpful to do that. We have received interest on the part of a smaller manufacturer involved in an advanced energy business who needs small space but can't build a 75,000 square foot building. And so that kind of led us to connect those two dots, but we could open the Catalyst program up for additional size opportunities. One of the things I think we do want to be careful of is we don't want to basically give a large lot for a small building. So I think we want to be careful about the way we size things. And so that would be something I think that we'd probably want to write into whatever eligibility requirements. We'd have to have some kind of guidelines about size and lots that would be applicable.
Britt and Sam, this is Commissioner Sellers. I have one more kind of quick question that piggybacks off of Commissioner Finkeldye's question with the Apex bill. I know that there's been ongoing conversation or conversation and advocacy with the chamber about, the kick and curb program through Commerce that deals with training. Did in your discussion of kind of putting this together, did you think about the consideration to maybe adding that training component or training incentive into something like that, or at least how we could use our Catalyst program to connect with that program on a state level?
Again, that would be something, Commissioner Sellers, we would be happy to look into if we're putting together a more formal package.
Gotcha.
Commissioner Littlejohn?
Thank you, Britt and Sam. Most of the commissioners kind of covered the things I was wondering about as well. Mostly with Vice Mayor Larson's question about what if other communities are doing the same. And it's not necessarily a question, but I do know that I've been able to go ahead and contact some folks and talk to some folks at the Department of Energy. And if you might want to lean on them as a resource too. They've been doing some pretty innovative things in terms of this. I know that other communities have really dipped their toe into it as well. And I would be fully behind, extending that reach and search to the state resources as well to see if there's anything we can pull from them. But all very encouraging.
Thank you, Commissioner Littlejohn. And thanks to all of the commissioners. This is exactly what we need. We wanted to have some guidance and some suggestions about digging further, because it's not that we can just whip together a package. I think there's going to be a lot of research and a lot of deep dives that need to be done. And so all of this is incredibly helpful and it's exactly what we need from you. So with that, I'm going to mute and let you talk some more.
Just had one thing on coupling up on Commissioner Finkeldye's comments about lot sizes, the idea of possibly pulling down the lot size minimums, especially at Lawrence Venture Park. If I remember right, Britt, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, the size of building for the East Hill Business Park, it was set lower because of the limited lot sizes that are available. So we could potentially tie that in with the Venture Park if somebody decided to parcel something off and just require it based on lot size. So I know we did that for that East Hills.
Yeah, that is correct, Commissioner Larson.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. Any other questions or comments?
have comments, but we do public
Yeah.
comments first.
Mhm. Oh, wait, actually, I see Steve Kelly. Did you have something to comment about Peasley particularly? I think I saw you pop up at that time.
Not particularly about Peasley. I think Steve Kelly with the Chamber and the EDC. I think what Britt mentioned, Kevin, I think feels pretty confident that between Peasley and the other institutions that this is going to be a lift for everyone. But I think in conversations I've had with Kevin, he feels pretty comfortable with it. I just wanted to comment and in general support of this idea of looking at this. But I also, because I think that it does fit with the city's strategic economic development plan. It also fits with a lot of what KU is looking at in some of their focus areas. This is a fit there as well. And so I think it makes sense to examine this. And, this is a community that's been very focused on sustainability and alternative energy historically. So I think that's a good match as well. So I think it's worth pursuing. If you look at what's being proposed, Catalyst in and of itself, the manufacturing side would qualify now, where I think this could be very valuable. But I think it's going to take, there may be some other adjustments that I'll talk about here in a minute, is if you have an office operation or a research and develop operation, or perhaps some sort of a advanced energy green incubator, this could be very helpful for those because those aren't typically viewed as industrial, wouldn't qualify under the existing Catalyst parameters. But what I do think will need to be considered, whether it's with Catalyst or something else, is this, the Catalyst is really built around the idea of tax abatement, which requires real property investment. If you're going into an existing building, if you're making huge investments in equipment and technology, those really don't factor into Catalyst benefits because the tax abatement is based on real estate property tax. So I think as we go forward, part of this conversation, and it's been a conversation that I've had with several commissioners about existing industries that are expanding, where because the Catalyst program is based on property tax abatement, we really haven't had a lot to assist a company, even if they made $100 million capital investment in technology, in new product, and in new production equipment. They really don't qualify for Catalyst, and there's not a lot that we can do currently. So I think as we move forward and look at this, if we're looking at trying to fill existing space, if we're looking at something more R&D oriented, that would maybe be in lease space or isn't a big footprint, there may be a need to take a look at some other possibilities as to how you encourage this sort of investment that I think by and large we all agree would be good for the community and would be a good fit because Catalyst in and of itself as a vehicle is really again built around this idea of building a new building, a substantial expansion of an existing building because it's really tied to property tax abatement. So just that's a matter I think as we go forward and look at this that should be part of the consideration, whether it's built into Catalyst or it's another option or another alternative. I think those kinds of things need to be looked at as well in some way. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, commissioners? All right, let's see if there's any public comment.
Can I talk now?
On this item.
You can go ahead and start it. I'm all for economic development. Anything we can do to increase the tax base is good.
Mm-hmm.
But it's only good if you'll lower my taxes, okay? At the same time. I just want to, I don't know how long this, what was it called? Prosperity and Economic Security Strategic Plan outcome team. I just kind of like to know how long they've been doing this. What is the strategic plan and return on the investment that we're going to get from this? And how long will these people be doing this if they don't show results? I mean, let's hold them accountable, and they've got to have results for us. And and I don't know, maybe there's some place I can find this information, but what's our return on investment for paying these people to do this? Thank you.
Any other public comment in the room?
Thank you, Jeremy Rothkushel. I just wanted to give a little bit of input about this. There's some very interesting things going on here. There's a lot of possibility here. One thing that I think we really need to consider as we move forward in terms of like really supercharging our local economy is into returning to older indigenous American economic models. I would say there's a website called community-wealth.org that has a lot of different ideas about democratically owned businesses. We have some very some institutions here in this city that if we were to actually create a circular cycle of wealth through them, for example, the university has been mentioned, but we also have a very good hospital where if we created more circular flows of wealth, we could supercharge not only these bigger approaches to high technology, but also maybe smaller businesses, small farmers connecting with hospitals and the university, having alternatives even to technology. So we're not relying on things like Zoom or Israeli intelligence software for what we need here in our own community. So that I just wanted to put that on the table. And then the other thing is just one other, I'll just, every time I get a chance, I want to remind us of whole other parallel ways of growing the tax base, which includes shifting the burden from the middle and working class based on property taxes, which actually hurt people who develop and take care of their property, to shifting it onto these absentee landlords or these deadbeat landlords who have really reaped a lot of ill-begotten profit from public investment in this city by shifting it to a land value-based tax. So land that has pre-existing wealth but has not had much done to it should be taxed for its actual value rather than the human labor involved in growing the wealth of the property on it. There's a rich American tradition, I've mentioned the name before, Henry George, the Georges. It's an actual American economic tradition rather than all these European traditions that we talk about, Keynes, Marx, the Austrian school. We have our own indigenous schools here. Thank you.
Any other public comment in the room?
Have you guys been able to point to a single benefit that has come directly from the economic incentives? Do they pay their employees more? Is there a benefit to it? A direct correlation, cause and effect.
Yep. Any other comment in the room? Any other public comment online? You can raise your digital hand.
Stephen Watts.
Hi, thank you. In over 50 years now, I have watched as Douglas County and Lawrence has given the barn away repeatedly over and over and over with these, quote, tax abatements, unquote. I understand the necessity to generate the idea that we're friendly to combat ideas that we're not friendly with respect to business contexts. However, I would like to see the numbers of those organizations that were given tax abatements for the last 50 years, please. Hell, even the last 20 years. And identify who stayed, how did the community get value, both in the county and the city, and did they continue or did they close up shop? I understand this is a big deal out there. 4,000 jobs, when? In 25 years? It's just, these are just questions for you to think about. Please, if you're going to give a tax abatement, make sure that they're going to stay. And could you please ask to have, maybe the study exists that documents where the money has gone in the past. And that is to say, the people that receive, the organizations that have received the tax abatements, Where are they now? How much money have they contributed? Did we get our money's worth by granting on the front end a tax abatement as we raise property taxes on all of us? You know, everybody's going to have to pay, and some have to hurt. It hurts a whole lot more for some people, though. Anyway, something to think about. Thank you.
Any other people online?
That's all the comments.
Thank you. Let's bring it back to the commission.
Can I just say one thing? Just one thing. Mr. Irvine, we do produce an economic development report every year that shows all the companies that we've given incentives to and what their numbers are. And I think you would potentially find that information in there. Okay. And we do it every year.
Maybe, Britt, could you also, I guess, to Mr. Cady's point as well as Mr. Watts, can you direct people where that is?
If I could just, I'll respond to a couple of things. One is, yes, Commissioner Larson, you are correct. We do develop an extensive report, annual economic development report. All of those reports, including the historical reports, not going back 20 years because I haven't been here that long, but going back at least 10, 11, 12 years are on our website. And these reports were growing substantially year after year. The last one I produced was 140 pages, and it starts out on a high level explaining what the incentives are, who they're going to, and it gets into the weeds towards the end where you can read all about the numbers and the return on investment and that as well. So again, go to the city's economic development website and you'll be able to read several reports, several years worth of reports on all of that. So the other thing, if I could respond to some of this, is the city does a significant amount of due diligence on the front end before projects come forward to make sure that we are reducing our risk and getting the maximum return on investment that we can. So that's just part of the processing that we do. So I did want to mention that. The other thing I'd like that I do keep mentioning is commercial and industrial property is assessed at over double the amount that residential property is. So it is a much more efficient tax revenue generation engine. In addition to that, residential property also gets additional tax breaks in terms of the Homestead Act. And it doesn't typically, residential development, we have a hard time getting a return on the services that we provide for that. So one of the objectives of the Prosperity and Economic Security Outcome Program, which by the way is part of the city's strategic plan, which was developed in 2020. One of those is to grow our industrial and commercial asset base to help alleviate the property tax burden on the residential sector. And so all of this falls within those objectives.
I would just add real quick on that, Brett, and you can correct me if I'm wrong on this. When we evaluate these proposals that come in, we look at a rate of return of 1.25, which means for every dollar the city puts in, we get a dollar. Every dollar we put in, we get $1.25 back. So that's one aspect we look at when we're trying to determine if these are good projects for us.
That is correct. That's on the front end. On the back end, in these reports, you'll read that the return on investment, typically for every dollar of every public dollar that goes in, we get over $6 in some sense in private investment. So these programs really work, I think, to help us leverage those public dollars and provide, depending on the project and the tool, they can provide some substantial returns, not only during the incentive period, but then of course when the projects are fully on the tax rolls. So in the short term, we get more money than we typically would, and in the long run, we get a substantial amount more because of the property has been significantly improved.
Any other comments?
Well, I guess my comments are I'm
I mean, I think this, in response to Panasonic, is an important step. I mean, the Catalyst program has been one of our most successful programs, and in bringing, as you say, return to investment and getting those returns that we're looking for. And I think we need to be ready for Panasonic. And I understand, I mean, I kind of like, tying it, some of it, tying it to the federal program, but I'm also really interested in when one of these suppliers come along to Panasonic and they're choosing between us and Johnson County and us and Leavenworth County and Franklin County, that we are ready to be very responsive, to those inquiries. And we've known in the past the Catalyst program is one of those. So I'd be interested in setting something up that qualifies those for the Catalyst program. And maybe we do that first, even before we worry about the second step, which would be some of these other Investment Act programs, because we do have a little bit longer to wait on the federal regulations on that. I think that's a good idea, but I think if we wait for that, we might miss out on some of these early arrivals. And then I guess I am interested, as our lot sizes decrease, to look at that. Again, I wouldn't hold up the whole program for that, but I think having some tie-in there would be good. But otherwise, thanks for bringing this forward. I think this is something we need to be looking at, and appreciate working on it. And I look forward to seeing it again, hopefully soon.
Just real quick to echo on a couple of points that Commissioner Finkeldine made, as well as Steve with the chamber. I like the initial steps that we're taking with expanding the Catalyst program. I know that the commission in different iterations has talked about expanding it and what that would look like. And I think we needed this conversation tonight to open up our eyes to what some of those policy enhancements could be. So I do appreciate the presentation, Sam and Britt, and helping to ignite that in us this evening. I do believe that there's some opportunities here with us with manufacturing as well as with the supplier side to see if we can loop those pieces in and what that would look like. Mapping out what are all the pieces that relate or align themselves with Panasonic that we could use to enhance the Catalyst program that would make us a feasible market for these industries. So I do agree with that. I did have a little bit, I don't want to call it a concern, but just a point of future discussion as this comes back to us in regards to the clawback piece, and just wanted, as we talk through this and what this would look like in the event that a supplier or a manufacturer does not adhere to the prevailing wage, what would that look like as far as the abatement? Is that something, would it be an adjustment, or if a manufacturer does experience a clawback, should there be any impact on their part of the Catalyst program as far as the abatement that we provide them? Could we decrease it for a particular time or things like that? So that was one of the thoughts that was coming, that kind of floated in my head as we continue to discuss through this. And then I know it wasn't part of the discussion tonight and it was a little bit of glossed over, but it crosswalks with this discussion. I do know that one of our indicators is around increasing the ownership rate of women and minority businesses. And I know manufacturing is not a strong industry for women and minority owned businesses. But if we're not talking about it in this space, then I almost feel like we're limiting it only to the entrepreneurial space. And so just to keep in thought and food for thought is, as we look at this and we build out this program, and maybe we can take a lead from the state if there's something going on in commerce, is can we concurrently look at expanding what the Catalyst program would look like, as well as there are opportunities to have maybe a special incentive or something for encouraging or recruiting women and minority owned businesses in these industries or suppliers in this industry? What would that look like? And is that something we can propose, or are there other communities that are doing that? Because we don't really talk about it. And I feel like when we do discuss increasing women and minority owned businesses, it's usually for local businesses. And I feel like that is putting women and minority businesses in a corner that unfairly and unjustly. And so I know this is something that I would love for us to take the lead on, but also to work with our partners in the region and also take guidance from the state to see if there's anything they're proposing in that vein as well. So other than that, great presentation. I appreciate it. And it had me doing my homework this past weekend.
Thank you. Commissioner Littlejohn, I see your hand.
Yeah, I would agree. Great presentation. Thank you, Brett and Sam, for bringing this to us. Pretty excited about this. It's pretty cool. It's kind of in my wheelhouse. I really appreciate that it's going to take advantage of the space that we have already in Venture Park and maximize it. And also, I appreciate the component that you brought up, Brett, that this would really help us to relieve the burden on residential taxpayers down the line, because reversing the inequity we have in terms of commercial, industrial, and residential in terms of our tax base. So that's going to go a long way towards that. And I really like the component as well regarding the apprenticeships and the good trade jobs that are being proposed with this as well. Making that such a prominent part of that is pretty important, as well as supporting our small business owners and our entrepreneurs, as Commissioner Seller said, no matter from where they come from. I do appreciate Steve also mentioning looking on our local resources as well, our universities, CORE, Peasley, making sure that they're involved in the loop, and making sure that we, in terms of looking outward and trying to attract folks, that we don't lose sight of the folks and the talent and the resources that we have here. So I just want to make sure that we're mindful of that. Oh, and lastly, also to consider our utility partners as well, because I know that Evergy in particular has been pretty interested in ways to down the line transition to those advanced energy sources. So I know that making them a part of this conversation would be advantageous as well. So as well as any other utility they might think in that space. So all of it great things. I look forward to hearing more information coming down the line from it. And it's a great start, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. Yes, go ahead, please.
So I would agree with several of the things that I've heard tonight from our commissioners. I do like the idea of having potentially having a targeted program towards the economic development that's going to come from the Panasonic. I think it's important that we get out there and early, and we start presenting, what we have for Lawrence in that realm. Whether that can just be part of our overall change in our Catalyst program, I think that would be fine too, because I don't want to wait on one or the other. My preference is to get as much out there as quickly as we can to let them know that we are here for them. And I'd also like to see what other communities are doing in this regard, is providing, upping their incentives, for what's going on in our area right now. And also to look at what are the types of guidelines that are being followed for these types of energy related businesses.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Britt, I did see your discussion questions. These are maybe a little more nebulous than some direction that we get asked, but I wanted to make sure that we hit on some of these things in a way that helps you. Sam, you also, I apologize.
Yes,
No,
Sam.
I think a lot of the discussion we had here tonight was exactly what we were looking for, in terms of, do we think the federal guidelines are, enough? Do we need to go further? Do we need to go broader? I think we can take a lot of this information and do a lot of good with it, and then get back to you guys with an even more refined program.
And I would concur. I think this was the kind of discussion that we needed in order to dig deeper and go further with this. So thank you.
Thank you both so much. Appreciate that. It is 7:46. I'm going to check on my fellow commissioners if they want to take a break at this time, 10 minutes.
Sure.
Let's go for 7:57. How about that? Oh, there he is. All right. Are we good online? Thank you for rejoining us. Next, we will have our regular agenda item number 1, to receive an update on the West Leg expansion of the South Lawrence Traffic Way.
Yep. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Dave Cronin, City Engineer. Last month we received some really exciting news with the KDOT announcement of the funding of the 4-lane expansion of the South Lawrence Traffic Way West Leg. So tonight we have Chris Norton, project manager with KDOT, and Jordan Herbert with the design consultant H&DB here to provide you an update on the project. So I'll just go ahead and turn it over to Chris, who I think is going to start.
Thanks, Dave. All right. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Again, I'm Chris Norton with KDOT, and this is Jordan Herbert with H&TB. Tonight, yes, we are here to talk about the West Leg status of K10 4-lane freeway expansion, non-tolled, and we'll go through these slides here. Oh, scroll, that works great. So tonight we'll talk about this. You know, the SEIS is complete. That was the SEIS, the final SEIS, and the record of decision were approved by the FHWA in April of this year. We'll go over project schedule, and now that we are funded for construction, that's going to include obviously the construction schedule, but we were already funded for right-of-way acquisition and utility relocations, but we'll talk about those too. We'll update everybody on the change that occurred at the K10 Wakarusa interchange really this year. There was a public meeting on that June 29th at Southwest Junior High. We'll update you on the noise analysis because some changes and updates to KDOT's policy has occurred, and we'll go over that with you, the process, and then we'll wrap up for questions. And some of this information you and the public have seen before. We have some new information, but this is a slide that just kind of goes through the history of the entire SLT, East Leg, West Leg. Tonight I'm going to focus on 2014 on. In 2014, 2016, through that time period, there was a concept study that was looking at updating the concept from what was approved in 1990, which in 1990 was ultimately a 4-lane expressway that still had at-grade intersections. In 2018, we earnestly began the SEIS, the Supplemental Environmental Impact Statement, and that concluded here in April of 2022. So there are 2 projects. The 03 project that we'll refer to is from Iowa Street, US 59 here on the right of the map. I don't know if people can see my cursor, but, and then heading west and north up to north of 6th Street. And you know, KDOT has a project at 6th Street that's separate from this. It's the DDI, but it should be done before we begin active construction. The 02 project that we'll refer to is a different project on a different schedule, but if it's funded for construction, remember the 03 is in the Ike construction pipeline. The 02 not yet, because it's in fiscal year 26, not fiscal year 24. But it includes a system-to-system interchange and a service interchange inside that will provide access to Farmers Turnpike, I-70, K10, all at one location. Tonight we're going to focus on the 03 project from just north of 6th to Iowa Street. Okay, construction cost of the 03 fiscal year $24 is $131 million, and that includes, you know, 4-lane expansion, freeway, so no at-grade intersections. You'll have new bridges over K10 will go over Wakarusa and 27th. And of course, Bob Billings has room to accommodate 2 additional lanes, as well as 6th Street interchange has that capability. And then an interchange, a little different configuration there at US 59 K10 Iowa. Just want to briefly touch on what's out there today at K10 Wakarusa. It is really the last remaining at-grade intersection out there, except if you consider the I-70 on-off ramps where you have to stop. But this is what's out there today. It was an interim improvement and this intersection was brought up a lot at our public meetings. It's signalized today. That's going to change. It'll have K10 going over 27th and Walk. But you've seen the yellow delineators out there, and it really did. While it limited some movements, it really helped Wakarusa's north leg to clear out, get through, turn left onto K10 or right, but the heavy movement is left on K10. And also helped with the park exiting. So it really did help. Understand there were some negatives with that. There's a lot of U-turns out there. And I think there was some cut-through traffic on some local streets, even though they were marked as prohibited, but soon this will be gone. Is this you, Jordan?
Yep.
Okay.
So, thank you again. It's good to be here with you all tonight. So what's on the screen now is an ultimate concept, and Chris mentioned it, that KDOT knew that interim improvement was not the long-term solution there at that intersection with Wakarusa, 27th Street, and K10. So we'll review a couple ultimate concepts here, and what's on the screen is what was included with the final SCIS documentation, the final environmental package that went to the Federal Highway Administration for approval. This was put in as the selected alternative, balancing a number of things: costs, environmental impacts, access to the park, access to other recreation. Ultimately, there's a big red X across there, and we'll get to what is now the selected alternative. But as Chris was mentioning in June, or during the public comment period for the environmental clearance, we received a lot of feedback in terms of this ultimate configuration, primarily focusing on the northern roundabout, so north is left on the screen. That was in close proximity to the residential homes there, and also impacted a wooded area that was just south of the Stoneback neighborhood here, just north of the ramps. So KDOT, in partnership with the city and the county, worked on developing an additional alternative that really addressed those concerns. Important part of this alternative that it fits within the same cleared area, so to speak, of the environmental clearance that's been approved. That's an important step to help continue to move the project forward. The main change is on the north side, where this concept, called the 27th Street through concept, utilizes tight diamond ramps, brings everything farther south, and moves that intersection south and avoids, it minimizes impact to that wooded area, and moves the ramps closer to K10 and farther away from the residential properties. Another aspect here, the bridges are quite a bit longer than the previous concept. The K10 bridges span or go over both 27th Street, which is now a through movement from east to west to the park, and it also goes over Wakarusa Drive. There's an additional, so these red shapes are over, they're not at the same elevation. There is an intersection for the ramps, and then there's an additional bridge for the ramp traffic to go, again, over 27th Street to get to Wakarusa. So that is, they have no access to 27th Street there. All access to 27th Street occurs at the intersection just south of the crossing. The eastbound ramps, that all remains the same as the previous concept, and that's really to avoid impacting the Rotary Arboretum and the youth sports complex on the west side of the road. As Chris mentioned, we did have a public meeting in June of this year where we walked through this concept, and it was pretty favorable feedback from what we received, and KDOT has ultimately selected to move forward with this as the preferred concept. Shifting gears a little bit, happy to answer questions as we come back to it. Chris mentioned that for the last several years now, over almost 2, KDOT had identified a need to revisit their noise policy and guidance. And over the last year, they've really worked to develop that new policy and guidance, and it has now been approved by FHWA, the Federal Highway Administration. And so KDOT has committed to reanalyzing the SLT corridor under the new guidance, not the old guidance that was done as part of the environmental clearance. The new policy is generally more favorable than the previous policy in identifying noise walls. The project team will be reanalyzing this and the noise impacts, and will hopefully be out back to the public later this fall yet to talk about what that reanalysis summarizes and results of that analysis, and start to engage the public in the next steps. And there'll be an education component with that on how noise walls get implemented and how to understand the noise study. Chris, I think you close it out here.
Yep. All right, back to the schedule again, and then we'll open it up for questions or comments. But the 03, which is up here on top, this is the 02 schedule. The 03 schedule, we are behind with beginning appraisals. I expect letters to go out to affected property owners probably in November of this year. I think there are 13 tracks on the 03 project, which is less than I expected. And so right-of-way acquisition will occur for, the next 18 months. But this star here is the letting date that is current, June of 2024. With a June letting, I don't anticipate a lot of big construction in calendar year June, other than utility relocations that still may be going on. There's some big utilities out there. But I expect a lot of the heavy construction, major construction through 25, 26, and probably through 27, where at the end of 27 it should be substantially complete, open, but even into 2028 there may be some cleanup work. I was going to say something else. Oh yes, this 02 project, we can build it quicker. We let it about a year later. If it's funded for construction, it can be built quicker. I anticipate both projects will be completed with construction about the same time. So while 02 has a lot of big bridges, it's just less roadway. It's a lot less scope, but there are big bridges. So with that, we'll turn it over to questions.
Any questions, commissioners?
If you can go to the 27th thoroughfare through 27th through map, I just want to make sure I understand this, which I like this better than the other one. What is 27th of Wakarusa? How is that controlled?
That is signal.
Yep, go ahead.
Sorry. That's signal controlled. So there will be a signal there that controls people, and then there will be also a signal at this intersection with the ramps. So you will have signalized intersections, of course, at Clinton Parkway, at the ramp terminals for westbound ramps, at 27th Street and Wakarusa, and then there will be a roundabout, no signals there.
Okay. That's how I read that, but I just wanted to be sure. Okay, thank you.
I had a question. Wakarusa from K10 going north to Clinton Parkway, Will there be a center lane in there? It looks like it, but there will be a center turn lane?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
And then I believe up near Clinton, we do have an additional exclusive right turn lane
Okay, I see that.
to turn east onto Clinton Parkway.
Got it.
Yeah.
Good. Thank you. I like that.
And I believe we've got bus pullouts. We worked with busing, and there's a couple pullouts right there.
Oh, yeah.
That yellow there is a 10-foot shared use path.
Mm-hmm.
But Wakarusa will still remain predominantly on that steep 7% grade.
Yeah.
Other-
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, and then I was going to ask about the use path. If I'm on 27th, I want to use that use path to get over to the Arboretum, I'm going under the highway, right?
Correct.
But I still have to obviously go through a signalized intersection.
Correct.
Okay.
With Wakarusa, yep.
But I'm not having to cross the highway at that point.
Correct.
Okay.
Not crossing the highway.
The question, I can't see you, Commissioner Littlejohn. Do you have any questions? No, okay. Any other questions? Well, let's see if there's any public comment on this item.
Good evening. My name is Michael Allman, speaking for the Sustainability Action Network. This presentation was billed as the SLT expansion update, but most of the focus has been on 27th and Wakarusa again and again. KDOT is mostly opaque on the 6 other interchanges. When have we seen any detailed designs like this we're seeing tonight on these other interchanges? Except for the city engineer, I suspect that few of us, online or in this room, have seen design details for any interchange except for 27th and Wakarusa. Well, maybe not quite. The only depiction I found of the Clinton Parkway interchange was at the 4th of October 2021 presentation that this team did to the Multimodal Transportation Commission. It was a fuzzy map showing the Lawrence Loop crossing 6 lanes of highway traffic at grade. Not grade separated, but at grade. While KDOT is admirably eliminating the deadly at-grade intersection at 27th and Wakarusa, they are making the present loop underpass at the Clinton Parkway into an absurdly dangerous loop crossing of 6 highway lanes of that new roundabout they're putting in there. And they're putting that roundabout in there because they moved the whole highway over to flatten the curve for motor vehicles. But what does that do for pedestrians and bicycles? On the 4th of October, this team, Mr. Forgot your name. Herbert, sorry. He said the goal of the SUP improvements was to eliminate conflict points with the ramps on the north side of the roundabout. What? After designing an entirely inadequate interchange for the pedestrian bicycle safety, Mr. Herbert pleaded that they're considering retrofitting the roundabout with flashing beacons. The Multimodal Transportation Commission challenged the Clinton Parkway interchange design extensively. Among their suggestions was to reinstate the loop underpass and get rid of the at-grade crossings, or extend East 900 Road up the west side to Bob Billings, where the loop would cross over there. Chris Norton of KDOT finally said that they'll look into what design changes were possible. Well, that was 11 months ago. Maybe I'm naive, but when they build a state highway, you'd think they'd be responsive to local municipal boards and commissions and the feedback that they requested from the Multimodal Transportation Commission.
Time.
So where are those design changes?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comment in the room? Is there anyone online here to comment?
Bridget Chapin?
Yeah, hi there. Sorry, I was confused as to when this issue would come up. So I asked earlier whether this was coming up or not, but now I understand the process a little bit better. Thanks to the commissioners for your time tonight and other folks here. I know it's a hard job. So I'm just here to, so I'm a professor. I teach environmental science at Haskell Indian Nations University, about 16 years now. Lots of experience, went through the first build of the South Lawrence Traffic Way, which was not good for Haskell, not good. Our flagship Native American university in the United States, serving more than 500 tribes in the United States. So this is very significant. It's an equity issue. We are unique. The Haskell is unique in the state. It's a unique gem in our town. It's unique in our state, and it's unique federally. We are the only higher education majority, higher education focused on minority community in the state. We're it. So the impact of this road and then the future expansion has been overtly felt by Haskell and Haskell community. It's an equity issue very clearly, and people are writing textbooks now. They're writing actual textbooks, including the South Lawrence Traffic Way, talking about environmental justice. This is the example, pure example, textbook example of environmental injustice and weighing broad benefits, perceived benefits, weighing them and thinking of the benefit as a whole to the whole community, but putting the disadvantages on particularly an underserved community. And I've seen the effects. I'm here to just let folks know about our interdisciplinary team letter. That's my main purpose from Haskell Indian Nations University. And that was created over a 6-month period, laying out many points related to the damage to Haskell from the currently existing SLT that have not been mitigated, remediated, or redressed, which is part of the process. And also then pointing out what are the problems with the SEIS process. It's been inaccurate and needs to be restarted. And it expressed that it would not impact the eastern leg, and it does. We go from 19,900 cars and trucks per day to 45,000. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Doctor.
Rhonda Lavaldo?
Yeah, I would just like to ask.
Oh, you're very quiet, Ms. Lavaldo. Could you turn yourself up, maybe? I want to hear what you say. Oh.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better. Thank you.
Okay. I would just like to ask, in light of the boarding school issues that are going on and how many Native people have been affected by the boarding school issues, and basically how Haskell was started. We have a cemetery, and then there's people who ran away from the school, and a lot of the stories come from that. They ran to the wetlands. So a lot of those people went missing. They never went home. I think that's been talked over, that issue has not been brought up. Can the Lawrence City Commission talk about that issue of how many of our people have gone missing during those times and the boarding school issues? Because it's important to our people to find out what happened, but to lay the groundwork to say, hey, it's just not an environmental issue statement, but we need to address these things as a personal thing. So I would like to hear the Lawrence City Commission's comments on that.
Hillary Carter.
Good evening, Mayor, City Commissioners. Thank you for the presentation tonight from KDOT and the engineer. I wanted to echo concerns around the crossing at Clinton, the Clinton Park interchange there as a vulnerable road user. I have concerns, and I believe this would be considered a degradation in service if we had to cross 6 lanes at grade of K10 highway, and would like to see more detailed design on the intersection from KDOT before City Commission, moves forward with approvals on it. Thank you.
Any other online public comment?
Courtney King.
Hi, my name is Courtney King. I attend Haskell Indian Nations University and I'm a junior there. This past year after the pandemic, I have been really immersed in the wetland ecosystem and know how culturally significant that space is for Indigenous people at Haskell and in the Lawrence community. I just wanted to know if it would be possible to integrate a contingency in the plan to provide funding to hire full-time staff to care for the Haskell wetlands. I don't know if that's been written anywhere at all, but I would really like to know if that could be possible to do. Thank you.
Any other online comments?
That's all the comments, Mayor.
Okay, any questions or from commissioners?
I would like to hear KDOT's response to Mr. Allman's concerns, as well as I think it's Ms. Carter.
Okay, yeah, Chris Norton, KDOT. We did meet with the MMTC. That was October of 21. And we did bring a Clinton Parkway specific interchange. Now, 900 road there, oops. There you go. You're not sharing yet, sorry. Okay, so the Lawrence Loop or the shared use path will not cross 6 lanes of K10 at grade. It will have to cross Clinton Parkway or let's see how we've got it here. The yellow, yes, the yellow is current shared use path sidewalks. But I think it would be good, and I'm going to zoom out. I think it would be good for KDOT and to meet with MMTC again and talk about this specific location and get into some details with you and our multimodal people and the city, because we knew this was a concern and KDOT's willing to do that. Now, East 900 will be extended up to there. Can I go north on this anymore? Okay, that's it. And then this road 875, which is going, it doesn't exist now. It is going to be built to city collector standards as part of the project, up to Bob Billings. Now, that will not, it will facilitate a shared use path and whatever the city collector standard is. The shared use path won't be built with KDOT's project, and whether that's the developer that does it in the future, but it will facilitate that. That goes up to Bob Billings. And then, so yeah, Michael, we want to meet again with MMTC and talk about this and more, not a presentation, but how do we make it as safe as possible for peds and bikes to get under the K10 bridges here and over to the State Park Dam. So yeah, I'll work with Dave Cronin on setting something up. I don't know whether it would be an MMTC meeting or something a little more whatever. I think we would need to get in some details and probably have an hour's worth of time to talk heads, bikes, multimodal here at this interchange. So, yep.
Did that answer your question, Commissioner?
Yeah, it did. Yeah, it did. Yeah, that's fine. I would like to see that happen sooner rather than later, if possible. Yeah.
So would
With
we.
the
Design changes are always good sooner rather than later, so.
I think going the MMTC route would be the best way, so that
Yeah.
way, okay. Or I should ask staff, I guess. They would probably know better than me.
Other questions?
I would just comment on that intersection. I know they probably will be, but as every once in a while, I drive a boat through those, and 3 roundabouts to get my boat through hope those are nice and wide.
Those are bigger roundabouts that will accommodate a interstate semi-tractor trailer. In fact, there's a good comparison. There's the Clinton Parkway roundabout that we're going to reconstruct, unfortunately, right next to where it was. You can see the difference in size of the city street roundabout versus these roundabouts. So they're bigger. Thank you.
Do we have this drawing in our packet? I'm not finding it, but
It's not, we brought it, we have all other interchanges that, in case there were questions, so we can provide this.
that'd be great.
To you all, and I think, Casey, you might already have it. And the other couple points, I might just reiterate that it's not at grade crossing with K10, it's under those bridges, so that is separated. The other thing, this is a single lane roundabout. That's not readily apparent with the markings there, but that is a single lane going around that circular movement.
And then with that MMTC meeting, we can certainly talk about the other interchanges. The interchange, the proposed interchange at Iowa and K10 will have a shared use path along Iowa on the east side, underneath that bridge that goes to the road that goes to the Discovery Center, I think. So, but we have those details, and there will be a shared use path there. Of course, Bob Billings will remain the same. The DDI will have pedestrian bike accommodation with the DDI. So, but yeah, we'll try and get something set up here soon to talk about the interchanges and multimodal.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Littlejohn? I can't see you. Am I to understand that the Kansas Department of Transportation has been in some kind of public engagement conversations with Haskell?
Yes, and also we did respond to Haskell's draft SEIS comments, and predominantly it was East Leg concerns, and we made it clear that, hey, we're willing to sit down and meet, discuss your concerns about the East Leg, so we're willing to do that too. I don't know where we left it. Either they contact us or we contact them, but it would be good for them to contact us. But we're willing to discuss it. We made that clear in our response to them.
I'll follow up on that here. Commissioners, if you don't mind, Dr. Chapin, can I ask you some questions about your experience with KDOT and public engagement?
Yes, and I wonder if Professor Lavaldo might be willing to answer any questions as well.
But or not, but I would be willing to answer some questions. I'm not, not the perfect answerer, but I can attempt.
I go ahead.
Can you stop sharing the screen up there just so we can see? Yeah. Thanks. Go ahead.
I just want to, so there was some kind of public engagement meetings of some kind with Haskell that I was unaware of. Vice Mayor Larson and I have been to numerous meetings about this, and I was absolutely unaware that Haskell was in conversations with KDOT. Can you talk to me, Ms. Lavaldo? If you've had that experience, I appreciate that.
Well, so I would just say that we need to engage with our Haskell community what we did 10 years ago when this whole thing started out. And questions need to be asked because now we're in this boarding school issue where our kids were stolen for their families, taken away to Haskell, and the wetlands is where they would meet their families, and some of them did not survive. They did not survive being in that area. And so that was the initial thing, and this whole lawsuit that started this, that our kids died there. So there needs to be an investigation into how this all started and how this whole SLT got started. And so now, where we're at. But, I just want to make sure that Ms. Chapin's issues are resolved. And there's so many other things involved in this, but the whole boarding school issue is coming down. And so this is going to be another issue coming to your guys' forefront. I'm just asking, have you guys talked to Haskell and asked, how do we move forward in discussing this issue? Because it needs to be discussed, and it needs to be discussed on a, us to us discussion board. I don't even know. It's really, for me, it's frustrating, but I know for Bridget too, this is her background and using the wetlands as a living biology background where they go out and look at the species that are out there. And so, I just think it just needs to be an open format that needs to be inclusive of Haskell and our administration.
Thank you, Ms. Labaldo. I'm really grateful that you're here this evening. I want to say I have a lot of opinions on this. I grew up here, and I observed a great deal. This issue, the SLT, was formative for generations. But I'm going to switch, if you don't mind, not to ignore your question. Believe me, again, I have opinions. Dr. Chapin, I am curious, you didn't really get to talk about the environmental impacts, and there's two things that I've heard that I think are maybe confusing for people or unclear, which is about what the wetlands are, what the Haskell wetlands are, what the Baker wetlands are, or how we want to name that. I'm sure I see some head nodding that there's questions there. And then also even spaces that are not technically wetland and the way that they relate to that space. So I hate to ask you a broad question, but I am aware that you are a scientist.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thanks. And Professor Labaldo, thank you. The issue of the graves, by the way, is addressed, and the investigation of grave sites by Secretary Holland is addressed in the interdisciplinary team letter, and I could read that section, but I won't right now, but I could for folks. In terms of what you were asking, Mayor Shipley, so I've been there, like I said, about in terms of, working in the wetlands with students around many different projects, culturally, biologically important projects, building our science students' ability to go out there and get the jobs they want and do things for their nations, for their tribal nations, do things for their states and the federal government, both tribal and non-tribal communities, working on developing science skills for our students. We've been out in those wetlands working very hard over time. We used to go out to exactly where the South Lawrence Traffic Way is. That's where we used to go. The wetlands is what we call a wetlands complex, and there's other ecologists that can talk even more eruditely than myself, but it's a wetland complex. There's some upland areas, some lowland areas. It historically, the Wakarusa Valley was dotted with many wetlands and little upland areas and lowland areas, and a wetland loaded valley. And we've been building roads in the valley of where Haskell is, and historically was Haskell land all the way from Haskell south to the Wakarusa wetlands, was some lowland and upland area. It was converted to agriculture and then converted back to wetland. Not all of it was completely converted to agriculture, but much of it, and then restored again. So it historically was wetland and areas that many different peoples used. And so just so folks understand that piece, and we have been doing work in there for many years. My students are actually actively doing research funded by the NIH to learn science skills and other skills. There are EPA-based trainings of tribal community leaders and scientists, scientific specialists, environmental specialists from the tribes that take place in the wetlands. We are doing active research on water quality, plants, animals, et cetera, doing camera trapping. We're looking at the impact of the underpass and the highway on animals, animal movement, and species. And so it's an amazing place to do research. It's been highly impacted by the roads, very detrimentally. We are dealing with what we have and making lemonade out of lemons by looking at those impacts. But of course, it's very loud. We can't hear each other talk when I try to do trainings. When we go out there to look for all sorts of different types of plants, including culturally important plants, medicinally important plants, we look at, trying to do invertebrate surveys. Anyway, it's very hard to hear each other. And now we have this $20 million grant from the NSF to be a science hub for climate change research and integration of earth science and indigenous knowledges. To really address some of the issues, the really thorny issues we have. And the wetlands is the space we train our students in, and also many of the community use it for culturally important practices, recreation, et cetera. So I hope I answered your question. We now have communities of very important sensitive species there. We've also documented at least 9 vertebrate species using the underpass that is in that area. Sorry, my dog is playing with his toy, so we got some squeaking. And we know that those underpasses are really important. Haskell wants a no build, but we understand that if there is a build, we would like to diminish the impact on Haskell, and there are many asks. If you would like me to just briefly say what the section of the letter that you have that I would like to enter into your records says about the grave sites, I could, if that would be something you'd like.
Yeah, I want to make sure that we'll make sure staff enters your letters. I think your letter, I don't know, I didn't see it till 1 o'clock, and they might have already published our agenda. So I do want to make sure someone on staff gets that into the record. But if you could briefly just mention the grave sites, it's important to me anyway.
Okay, so let me just make sure that I'm going to go on, baby, go on. Just want the dog not to make everybody hear squeaking. Okay, so I'm trying to find the location. Apologies. The no build request is particular. This is section H of this letter. It's very detailed. The no build request is particularly important as the DOI is starting consultation with former boarding schools around grave discovery. Given Secretary Holland's goal to tell the full story of the Indian boarding schools, we expect tribes to request the use of ground penetrating radar to investigate what was historically Indian boarding school land for burial sites, which includes the land underneath and to the south of the SLT, including the Baker wetlands. So just as far as that piece, what you asked about, so the area south of the SLT is called the Baker wetlands. Historically, that area south of Haskell was Haskell land. including the Baker wetlands all the way to the Wakarusa River. The link, so I'm going to read that again. Investigate what was historically Indian boarding school land for burial sites, which includes the land underneath and to the south of the SLT, including the Baker wetlands all the way to the Wakarusa River. The link to the announcement from Secretary of the Interior Holland, is included in the letter. Coordination is needed between FHA and the DOI, the BIA, and tribal nations. This is a developing situation and will require consistent communication and collaboration between KDOT, Haskell, tribal nations, and multiple agencies. We are learning new information about this every day, and a process needs to be created for how this new information will be included in KDOT's planning, construction, and SEIS process. In light of this new information, a revision of the nature and scope of KDOT's planned community outreach will most likely need to be done. Haskell will need time to engage tribes about burial exploration and coordination, scanning for graves, /scanning for graves. As such, a separate letter addressing the specific issue is being coordinated between Haskell and relevant federal entities. Haskell has, as many people have been, hit very hard by COVID. This is all in the context of COVID, and not having basically enough faculty and staff to do all the jobs we need to do. This is a burden on the Haskell community. This is not something that people are getting reimbursed for to be part of this. So this represents a burden, and it represents one of those cumulative impacts. Doing something like this, putting this letter together that took over 6 months of coordination between all of the faculty and staff and students and outreach. So just kind of wanting to mention that. So this other letter that's mentioned has not been put forward yet, but this letter that I'm reading to you from, the KDOT and FHA have had this for almost a year. So, so that you know.
Sorry, doctor. Let's go back to that sentence, if you don't mind. Again, at least a couple of us were unaware that conversations were being had between KDOT and Haskell. And I'm not sure Mr. Norton knew who was doing that public engagement. Can you, who did you speak with? What was the nature of that public engagement?
Jordan, you might help me out here, but I know that representatives of Haskell requested a meeting with KDOT with their faculty to talk about the SLT. And I believe that was like a day or two before the draft SEIS comment period was to end. So it was a quick put together meeting. And KDOT and the design team met with members, well, Dr. Chapin was there, Dr. Wildcat, other members of their staff and faculty, and talked about the SLT in general, the west leg, but it also got into the east leg. And then we attended another meeting they invited us to, which was a lot of fun and interesting, where the students presented on their projects in the wetlands. It was very interesting, and the students did great. And so we attended that, answered any questions they had. But the letter she references is their official draft, is their official letter to the draft SEIS. And so KDOT did respond to that. And I believe it was point by point. Their letter had several points, and we responded point by point. And I think one of the big things is just other than what Dr. Chapin mentioned, is I think, Haskell and KDOT need to talk particularly about their issues and concerns on the East Leg. And we're willing to do that.
Thank you. If you have point by point responses to that, Mr. Norton, I would certainly be elated to see that.
Yeah, I think we can, you may have the Haskell letter, but we can get you both.
That'd be great.
Okay.
And, without dragging you through all the points, because I did see their letters, so I know that they're numerous. Could you point to any concession or anything that you made with respect to those designs And what you're presenting to us here, what designs you're
On the west leg,
anything Haskell talked to you about?
well,
Wildlife,
Well,
design,
yeah.
anything?
So some of those specific points were addressed, and some of them to what Chris was talking about, specifically to the wildlife crossings that you mentioned, Mayor Shipley, was a proposal for continued engagement on helping us understand where those paths may be for wildlife travel across the freeway, so that KDOT can make an educated investment in potential wildlife crossings. So there was a proposal for engagement in that response, and other proposals for engagement in helping us understand the concerns more. And I think the other mention that I'll make is, and Dr. Chapin, the Haskell members of the Haskell team were on the advisory team for the SCIS environmental from the very beginning of the SLT. And again, as Chris said, a lot of their concerns were communicated throughout and then officially documented in the letter, the interdisciplinary letter that they worked so hard to put together.
one other thing, I think we could mention, Jordan, and you can help me. There was concerns from Haskell during west leg construction of 31st Street being used as a major detour. We have been able to figure out the construction phasing where 31st Street won't be used as a K-10 highway detour, which was a major concern, or one of their concerns. So I can't recall all of the point-by-point responses we had or any concessions. I'd have to revisit that letter. But I know there were a couple things that we were able to address, one being 31st Street. And certainly wherever there's drainage, there's going to be a culvert or a bridge. I'm not saying animals cross it, all streams and creeks, but I think there are examples out there that we did request of, economic animal crossings. I know there are examples out there either from other DOTs that I would request that if Dr. Chapin has some of those examples, KDOT doesn't do that. That I'm aware of, but I'm not saying it's not possible. I don't think it's going to be a 2-mile long piered bridge that allows for animals to go underneath on an elevated highway, but there might be some things we could do that, especially if it's an area that we know animals may or might cross. I think the Wakarusa bridges being 600 foot long may help facilitate some of that. But anyway, that's a lot of roads to cross regardless. So up at Wakarusa. So I'll get you that letter.
Thank you very much. So I want to just revisit one thing you just kind of said, that you, in your environmental impact study, you don't necessarily focus on wildlife. Maybe in the way that some people would expect an environmental. Sadly, I've read your environmental impact study many times, and it never occurred to me that some of these details aren't in there. So what is in your environmental impact study? If it's not wildlife crossings and
so impacts to wildlife are certainly considered in the environmental impact statement. So it may be threatened endangered species, those types of things. Those are considered in the environmental impact statement. I'm not an environmental expert like Dr. Chapin is, but those are items that are evaluated as KDOT analyzes different concepts and tries to balance any impacts or understand any impacts as they look at the different alternatives. An alternative considered was a no build alternative. And ultimately that wasn't selected. That had the minimal impact, of course, because it didn't build anything, but ultimately the purpose and need of the project weren't met because of the safety risks that still existed out there today if you don't build something to improve it. So those were considered, and those impacts to a species are included in the environmental impact statement. But it's a balance, of course, of understanding the impacts and the needs of the project. Does that
Yes,
make sense?
thank you. Thank you both. Any other questions from commissioners?
They covered it for me.
That's it for you?
Yeah. Hear what,
Could I ask a question?
I apologize, Professor. We're kind of into the discussion part.
no, it's fine,
and
it's fine.
I do apologize. And I hope that you'll reach out to all of us, as I always say, to all your commissioners and your county commissioners about this issue, because clearly, to me, not being communicated that this was something that we were talking about or that you were being spoken with, and I'm put out by that significantly. Vice Mayor Larson and I have not been to an insignificant number of meetings about this, and no one has ever indicated to me that over the past year that there were discussions with Haskell. And I find that disturbing. It was somewhat alluded to, but not relevant to this discussion, but the extension of Wakarusa to the south, which I don't get the sense that you have been spoken to about. This kind of the story I want to tell you is that how I found out about a lot of this was through this neighborhood that's between Clinton Parkway and the 27th Street exit that goes over to the ball fields. And what I observed with that neighborhood was that they contacted all of their elected officials and invited them to a meeting with KDOT and others. And by the course of a year, I could be wrong, Vice Mayor, they were able to get a 180-degree change from KDOT on that design, which I appreciated. I thought KDOT was very good at listening and made significant changes. I am concerned that Haskell was speaking to them during the same time and didn't. So at the cost of being terse here, I would entreat KDOT in my strongest possible words to have real dialogue with Haskell about their concerns. I'm aware that it's a long letter, but I'm also aware that SLT is a long story. It started in the year the Berlin Wall came down. And there's a lot of baggage for people who've lived in this community, certainly for Indigenous people. And I cannot say strongly enough how important it is for you to communicate with them. This was not an issue where we were voting. It was simply a report. Commissioners, do you have any other comments? Thank you all. Thank you, Chris Norton, Mr. Herbert, for being here. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. That brings us to item number 2, discussion of the rules and procedures for meetings in the governing body.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. This item came from on August 9th. At the August 9th meeting, the Commission directed staff to look at options to more effectively manage meetings of the governing body. So on these slides, I'll first go through a brief history of our current meeting procedures. I'll go through some of the research we did on what other cities are doing, and then we'll just present some options based on what we've compiled of what other cities are doing for you to consider. So on this first slide, we first adopted a resolution establishing the rules and procedures for meetings in 2017. Prior to that, we obviously had sort of traditions and customs for how we handled meetings, but they were not in writing. Since that time, we've made some adjustments, again, to make our meetings more transparent and effective. We added an adjournment time of 11 p.m. to have a specific time that the meetings have to end. At one point, we had commission items listed as 3 separate items. We condensed that into one where commissioners can either add an item to work sessions, discuss a specific topic. We have moved executive sessions to the beginning of the meeting, and we added a provision that allows us to start meetings at 5 when we have those executive sessions. We also, previously, at one point, we had work sessions only on the second meeting of the month, and we now have that to where a work session can be held at any meeting. We just put in just some cleanup items just to make it clear on certain procedures, a procedure for if the mayor and vice mayor are absent, who would be the presiding officer. We added language that clearly states that the presiding officer can recess a meeting at any time. After the pandemic, or through the pandemic, we learned that having the remote option for individuals and for commission and staff was a benefit, so we updated the procedures to include those options and any combination thereof. We also added a process for submitting written comments to our procedures. It was something that allowed, but we didn't have it specifically in the procedures. So in looking at options, we looked at how other cities in the area manage their meetings. And what we found is that the primary difference in difference in their meetings and our meetings is in how they handle public comment. The cities we looked at and the information is collected on this chart, which I'll kind of instead of going through all of these, we can touch on some of them if you want. Later in the slides, I sort of have a compilation of the things that they have in common and that stand out. We also looked a little closer to home and have information on this slide for the county and the school board. So based on all of the different things that we saw, we found some commonalities, and that's what I'll go through briefly on these next few slides. And then we can discuss them at the end. Or we can stop at each slide, however you want to move forward. So talking about public comment on items, we sort of have, in general, cities have certain guidelines for public comment, regardless of where and how they allow it. And a large majority of the cities that we looked at do require advanced sign-up. Again, this is just on any comment that is allowed at meetings. And again, this is just commonalities and others for you all to consider. Decorum language, I've put on this slide our current decorum language. Many of the other cities have language that is a little more specific and structured in terms of what they allow or what they encourage. So general public comment, we have a section on our agenda where we allow the public to talk about items that are not on the agenda. This is kind of a wide array of ways that other cities handle it. Some cities do not allow public comment on regular agenda items unless a public hearing is required. So their public comment section is for any item that they want to discuss, whether it's an agenda item or general comment. Some cities only allow it on an agenda item, but it all happens at one time. So some of the things that we saw, they either had it at the beginning of the meeting or at the end of the meeting. And again, this is primarily because their public comment is limited and is not allowed on every agenda item. Some cities place a cap on the total time allowed for comments for their public comment section of an agenda. One option we saw, not in a city here, but something we wanted to put on here for consideration, is if there was a cap on the time allowed and that wasn't something that was that the commission was interested in. Another option would be that for that general public comment section, that there wouldn't be a cap. It's just an alternative to a cap, but you would perhaps only have it on one meeting per month. A lot of cities have disclaimers on that section of the comment that just on general public comment that outlines what that section is for. And then something we've seen more recently is, and we can go back to the chart, is that some of the cities and the county recently did this, are not including that public comment section in the video feed. And this is primarily because the platforms that they post those videos to or stream them to, the videos have been removed because of inappropriate comment. And when that happens, and this has happened to the city once, when that happens, at least on the platform that we use, we lost access for a few days to put our comments on there. So again, this is just a current trend that we're seeing that we wanted to share with all of you. Another big section is the consent agenda and how those are formatted. I think only one city allows items to be pulled from the consent agenda by the public. So what we've outlined here is, because the city has traditionally used our consent agenda, we will put some public hearing items on our consent agenda because the public can pull it. We certainly, if we're looking at efficiency, wouldn't want to put those on the regular agenda, but that's an option because we don't believe that would make it more efficient. So what we could do is either mark those items that require a public hearing on the consent, or just create a separate consent agenda for zoning items. And those would be allowed for the public to pull. And then also a public education campaign on the many ways that the public can communicate with the governing body. Obviously with technology, there's a lot more ways than just attending this meeting that you all can be, that the public can communicate with all of you. I also wanted to, just want to make sure I didn't miss any points, is that public comment is not required except on limited specific items such as budget hearings and zoning items. And most of the cities that we looked at have been handling their agendas this way for quite some time. And that's really what I have for you, and I'm open to any questions. We can go back on any of these points if you want to discuss those. We're just looking for your direction on how you want to move forward.
Thank you, Sherry. Thank you, staff. I know there was a lot of research that went into this. Are there any questions?
There was a question asked earlier about how videos, where they're held, who, where are they stored, that sort of thing. Can you talk about that?
Yes, I can. I do have an email from Porter on that. And generally, most of our video, audio and video, we do now have stored on servers here at the city. So they're not just on SoundCloud, I believe, or YouTube. So we maintain copies of those.
Thank you.
And I'm not sure if Porter's not on. Is he, Casey?
I think I just saw him trying to
turn
his camera on.
I am here if you need me, but Sherry, you answered that eloquently. We do keep backups of video in addition to what's on YouTube.
Any other questions?
Go ahead.
I just wanted to check on Commissioner Littlejohn. I can kind of, nothing. All right, go ahead. You got anything?
No,
No? Okay. All right, then we will, thank you, Sherry, again.
And if you'll just, before you move on to public comment, let me stop sharing and sit back down.
Okay. Oops.
There we go. Thank you.
Thank you. And let's open to public comment.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers, and okay, when it comes to comparable cities, how come Manhattan, Kansas was left off? Like the only other major college town in Kansas, and that's not the town we're comparing ourselves to? Because when I looked, it looked like Manhattan does allow people to comment on the consent agenda. So just weird that was conveniently left off the list of comparable cities. And also kind of convenient is it says that this was the commission directed staff to do this on August 9th. And I looked at the video and it's not on there. But then when I looked in the minutes, turns out staff directed, or the commission directed staff to do this immediately following a 5 o'clock executive session. So I'm just wondering what all you were talking about in that executive session that you come out and then immediately direct staff to find ways to make meetings more efficient. I think you all were talking about this at that executive session. I'm just wondering, and isn't the executive sessions to protect attorney-client privileges or whatever, like legal issues? What legal issue is the city facing from people suing about not being able to, or what people are saying during consent agenda? I think it's what's going on is that the staff was, this commission and the staff, I think, were, talking about this, and also what in the agenda packet for tonight on September 9th, it looks like a draft of the new policies was added. So if that was added on September 9th, following last week's meeting, but this agenda item never came up at last week's meeting, how did staff know what to put in the draft that the commission would want unless the commission and staff has already talked about this ahead of time, which I think happened at the August 9th executive session. Let's see, other stuff I might want to say before I run out of time. Oh yeah, other cities have 4 meetings a month. That was conveniently left out. So if we do cap like general public comment, I would just like to say that it should be 40 minutes a week. Because if others are doing 4 times a month, then they have 120 minutes of general public comment a month. So if we did 3 meetings and we did it 40, I'd rather just go to 4 meetings a week. I mean, if you're talking about this to make meetings shorter, why not go back to 4 meetings a month? Thank you.
Other public, thank you.
There's going to be a lot of public comment on this one. So what Chris said is accurate. And you guys have already made your decision about what you want to do, so let's not even joke anybody about it. But I want to point out that you guys can't even follow, well, I shouldn't say you guys, Courtney Shipley can't even follow her own stressed out guidelines of how public comment is supposed to be done. I support everything the 2 ladies from Haskell said, and I think that they have some very good points that need to be addressed. But I want to point out, do all the commissioners realize what happened there? Do you all realize that those 2 ladies were public commenters? They weren't on the agenda, they were public commenters. And so we definitely know now, Courtney, that you have a lot of power up there to be able to change the discussion and direct the discussion when it's something that concerns you. But since you high-five police officers for brutality, I'm sure that doesn't concern you, does it? Police officer brutality doesn't concern you. You're going to shut down what we're allowed to say in here because you don't like what we say. And you can't even follow your own rules, and you're going to slap down more rules on us. You have a lot of discretion up there, and you misuse it. Whatever just happened here, as far as you guys updating this agenda after the meeting last week, what was the plan? You guys are just going to push this through without caring about what we say, so it doesn't matter, but it won't work. You guys can do whatever you want to do to shut things down, Courtney. You're still going to be done being up in that chair next year. Guaranteed.
Other public comment?
I'm not done. I got a long time left. I just realized I got a long time left there. Let's address some other things about public comment. You know, the public is allowed to speak, and they're allowed to speak certain words that you may or may not like. It's our right. It's our First Amendment. People died to protect it. The same people that ridicule me are living under the same very freedom that I'm up here fighting for. Their ability to ridicule people. I've never dressed you up in a bullshit clown outfit, Courtney. I could. I could dress up and make funny faces out of it. I've never done that. But our community members do it to people. So when we talk about respect and the decorum, you earn that. And you don't earn it by being racist. And Ms. Sellers, as far as the email that you claim to have missed, sorry, I don't buy it, because there was another email that you must have missed it too. When you want civility, you don't jump down my throat. You can have your damn 15 seconds. Oh, jacked up.
Is Jeremy Rothkushel. Good evening. Is it true what Christopher Flower said about the change on the agenda after the time was effectively run out last week in terms of turning it into an actual proposal? Is it true about Manhattan, Kansas? In terms that makes this a lot of sense. There's a legal term, similarly situated, that comes into effect when you're talking about the 14th Amendment, which came into effect after the Civil War, when the Ku Klux Klan was conspiring with different elements of the state, including police departments, to effectively continue civil slavery, Jim Crow. That's equal access. So if we're going to compare ourselves, we should compare ourselves, as Chris said, to a similarly situated town. We are more similar to Manhattan, I would say, than Overland Park. So that would be an interesting comparison. What Michael pointed out about what just happened is actually really proof positive of how important it is to not close down extensive public comment. You made a decision, Mayor, to extend that conversation with what you recognize were not only two really crucial stakeholders in that matter, but also experts in the matter. And you made an effective decision to bring them into a conversation out of what was a public comment on a matter, which should have been 3 minutes, but you did the right thing. So I just want to point that out. You just showed an example of the power of making sure that you're actually hearing the deliberative body of we the people. It's not just the governing body. This governing body governs at the discretion and the will of we the people. And we don't want to be against you. We want to be a source for you. We want to be a source of our cooperative intelligence. So in terms of logistics, it makes absolutely no sense to be allowing corporate platforms that do not really have to stick to the First Amendment. I didn't hear the First Amendment dealt with in terms of this proposal. It needs to be. No matter which way you go here, you are opening up a limited public forum, right? So that's different than a sidewalk or traditional public forum where anybody basically can say anything as long as it's not assault, fighting words, that kind of thing. So subject matter appropriate, time, place, and manner appropriate, it will be the things that you will have to govern in terms of figuring out who's not speaking on a general matter or a specific matter. There are other possibilities in terms of platforms. There's Odyssey based on library, which cannot be censored in the same format. So there are ways to do this without censoring the public's access to general comment at the very least. Thank you.
Thank you.
One of you should ask Porter Article why the YouTube
you're
video
going-
from the last month didn't come down. Give Porter.
If you're going to continue to interrupt our meeting, I will have to ask you to leave.
Throw me out. I'm halfway out the door, Courtney.
Michael Allman, speaking for myself. I wasn't aware of this and had not come here intending to speak to it, but it does trouble me, certain aspects of it. But I fully understand what you're up against and what you're trying to deal with like that. I mean, I respect a lot of what Michael has to say at some of these meetings, and other stuff I don't. So I don't know how you differentiate, but democracy is messy. I think all of us probably have heard that before. You put a cap on it, it's going to get messier. I don't have an answer. I do know, though, I mean, you know, the commission got a pretty hefty pay hike, what, a couple of years ago? And maybe it's time to go back to those 4 meetings. It might diffuse some of the pressure, but, you know, it's just a thought. One thing that particularly troubles me is that I think I understand correctly that the public cannot pull an item from the consent agenda. Am I understanding that correctly? With the new proposal? I mean, that would be, I have to object to that, you know, strongly. I mean, there have been a number of things that, I mean, I encourage everybody in the community to watch all the agendas, keep up on things, be sure that you're current, come and comment on what's important to you, but it's impossible. I can't do it. Melinda Henderson couldn't do it, and she was the queen of that. So there are times when things come up on the consent agenda that I didn't anticipate, and there are also things that come up on the consent agenda that just come out of staff work over months, and you know it's not foreseen by anybody. So that one really troubles me. So my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Anyone else in the room? If there are people online who would like to make comment, please raise your digital hand so Sherry can call on you.
Stephen Watts.
Hi, thank you. And I cannot echo what's been being said enough. And to help the last speaker, these are just proposals, my good man. These are just ideas that city staff has come up with to present to the town commission. I don't know if they're going to act on it tonight. I rather doubt it. I certainly hope not. But aside from that, you know, an aspect of what came at the end was, well, we're not going to keep the videos on YouTube. What the hell does that have to do with efficiency? I understand, just as the other boy said, can I say that? The other man said, the other individual, the other person said, I forgot the point. Yet it had to do with the reality that, just a second, it'll come. City staff have been empowered to come up with these banal, ridiculous ideas that inhibit the idea of free speech and further impact on the ability of the people to come forward. I understand that you don't want to run political campaigns in here, and I don't know where you stop the sloganeering. What if some people come in there, you know, Black Lives Matter, all that kind of stuff. Is that free speech? I don't know. But at any rate, as you move forward with this is the same group of people that 6 years ago sanitized the meeting minutes. And that's what they are. They're sanitized. What people are saying, it is not counted. And what was brought up earlier, you don't go to those videos and read them. You guys, you got too much to do. Yeah. And so having a piece of paper and looking at the minutes and go, oh yeah, okay, that's right. That's what it said. I don't have a solution off the top of my head, but I know if this stuff was being able to be written down time immemorial, we have computers, we have data processing and word processing, even speech to text stuff. So at any rate, I hope that these just are ideas being thrown at you because, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I don't see it as broke. The idea of, come on, it sometimes feels like it's the people in the population versus, quote, city staff, the executive team. We're not here to make their life easy. We're not here to make their life complicated. These are not easy times, particularly given the fact that, well, going that 50-year time frame again, we are behind the times in our infrastructure, and that's, you know, we're just playing a lot of catch up. So please don't do anything right now. Okay, thank you.
I believe that's all the comments, Mayor.
Thanks, Sherry. Bring that back to the commission.
I have a quick question. Once the agenda is posted, how have we ever, I mean, since I've been on the commission, I haven't seen it, but prior to, have we ever added an item to the agenda once it's been posted?
I'm sorry to clarify, I didn't mean to interrupt. You mean information on an item or add
an agenda item, whether it's to the consent agenda or the regular agenda item?
I don't recall actually doing that at the meeting. Is that what you're talking about? I'm sorry, go ahead.
after it's posted on? After.
Just so I'm clear,
Yes,
you're asking if we ever add an agenda item after it's been posted?
yes. So once it goes live on Thursday?
Yes.
Okay.
We do an agenda update every day, and our last update is generally on Tuesday. We try to keep it to a minimum, but this item was not added after the fact.
Right. I'm just saying if we had to go to, if we only had 4 agenda items under regular agenda when it was posted on Thursday, we've added a regular agenda item or we've added a consent agenda item after it's been posted to the website on Thursday.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't recall. I mean, I've seen us take things off the consent agenda or take things off the regular agenda. I don't recall having anything added once it's posted, but
Not during the meeting, but staff has added items that have come on late. Yes.
So just like, so it's like addendum items, but I mean, not like an actual item for discussion.
We have done that, and we send out a notice through MailChimp for anyone that applies, and we call out what updates have been made, and the agenda also has a change.
Okay.
So again, we try really hard not to do that, but sometimes items come up that we, just with our timeline, we need to
But
get
it's not
added.
something of frequency. It's happened, but it's not something of a pattern.
Most of it is updates, and we've been working really hard
Right.
the last 2 years to minimize those.
I was gonna say, I remember getting those emails when I was part of the human relations where when I would get it's like, oh, we added an item to this agenda item or something was updated in the capacity, but I don't think I've ever seen an actual item added. But that's just, I'm just speaking from my experience, not necessarily from the experience of the city.
Ms. Mayor, Randy had his hand raised.
Hello, Randy.
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. In my 11, 12 years here, we've never added something to the agenda on the night of the meeting. But there has been a handful of times where we have added items after it was posted on Thursday. I know, and this has happened to me in the last 3 or 4 years, but there was a number of times where we had time-sensitive contracts where the negotiations went down right to the wire on a Friday afternoon. And then we reached an agreement, and then it's posted on Friday or sometimes Monday. So that has happened from time to time. But we've never added anything to the agenda on the night of a meeting. But there have been a couple times where things have been added after the agenda was posted.
Thank you.
That makes sense, yeah.
Any other
Sherry,
questions?
I may have a question for you, and it's like a comment question. Because I'm looking at this again, and I would say with different eyeballs, but maybe less cloudy eyeballs. And I'm interpreting the page 4, where we have like the peer cities, where some of the cities have one public comment period, and then it says cap. I'm interpreting that as because there's one comment period, there's a 30-minute cap on that one comment period for the month?
No, so again, and it's pretty varied.
Right.
So for instance, Lenexa has a 30-minute cap, and their public comment section is limited to items not on the agenda. So each person gets their 5 minutes, but the whole section is capped at that 30 minutes.
Okay.
And again, some cities have a cap, and it's limited to items only on the agenda because they don't allow you to speak to each separate regular agenda item.
Right.
And the idea with the consent, just to clarify, the reason most cities do that is individuals, members of the public can still submit written comment, can submit their comments and concerns to all of you, and then the governing body can choose to pull that item. So it's not limiting the public from being able to provide comment on those items or concerns about the items. You all would still retain that ability to pull an item.
Any other questions? I've only been to the Topeka legislature a handful of times, but I have wondered, my recollection was there are lots of things you're not allowed to do there in terms of public comment, not to ask a far-flung question, but just for a commissioner who I know has a lot of experience.
For committee hearings, yes. I mean, I can say based on my experience of committee hearings, they vary, and I do believe I hope there's some more consistency in the coming years. For all committee hearings, you know, whether it's written only or written with oral testimony, you know, that has to be provided by a certain deadline to ensure that it's included in the committee hearing packet. So, and that's open to anyone to have access to, not just elected officials who sit on those committees. So there's that piece. As far as when there is an agenda item and there's testimony on it, and then the question and discussion period and the comment period, it varies different by whoever the chair is of the committee. You have, you know, in recent years, you've seen a concerted effort to, because committee hearings are only an hour. So depending on how much is on the agenda, you may have a chair that says, you know, we're based on the number of people who have notified the committee chair that they are going to speak. And that there's also the opportunity to sign up that day to provide oral comment, that they may limit how much time you have, because they're only dictated by the time that they're in their committee hearing. There's not really an opportunity to go over and have additional time added to a committee hearing. So, you know, if the committee goes through, you know, a 7 to 10 minute presentation, and then there's 15 minutes worth of conversation, and there's 8 other items on the agenda, you may have a chair that'll limit the time. And then that means that that's an opportunity for you to directly go to that elected official, or they may bring it back. So that's relatively been the experience. You know, oftentimes, you know, a committee chair will let something go, and they may not get to the other agenda items, and it is what it is, and then it rolls over. You may have some who are more structured and will and say, hey, there's 10 people who signed up, there may be 5 other people, we have 20 minutes, you got 90 seconds. So it's at the pleasure of the chair. It's not necessarily in the legislative rules, but that's been my experience.
Thank you.
Good.
Commissioner Littlejohn, I can't see you again. Do you have any? Here you are. Do you have any questions or comments at this time? See how the conversation goes.
I guess,
We're in discussion.
Uh-huh.
yeah, I mean, my concern, and this is, you know, come up for a while, and certainly when, you know, even when I was mayor, you know, is that the primary purpose, I think, of our meetings is to go over what's on our agenda. And, you know, the other night, we passed the budget at 10:52 or something p.m. you know? And that is not conducive to having public comment on the budget. You know, we've often had to, more often than we like, had to either not finish the agenda, move something to agenda item, or taking agenda items up at 10:30, and they go quicker because no one's here to talk about them. And that limits public comment. And what I think we want to come up with rules all that encourage people to come speak on the topics we want them here to speak on. I mean, an example tonight, I was here a little earlier before the meeting, and the guy from KDOT showed up and said, "Well, I'm happy I'm first on the agenda." And I said, "Well, you're first on the regular agenda, but get comfortable, because I think it was 8 o'clock when we started our regular agenda."
It was, yeah.
So if you're a member of the public who wants to come speak on or hear about, you know, the SLT, you really have no idea when that is going to happen, and it's not really conducive to getting public comment. So, you know, the things I'm most interested in is, you know, getting to our agenda items at a point in time in which people can make comments on those. And so I guess that's where I'm at. And this idea of limiting, you know, people pulling public consent items, again, is not to limit the public comment on it, but to have, I mean, you know, you go to many, many meetings and you approve the agenda, you approve the consent, and then, you know, you're 3 minutes into the meeting and you've got regular agenda item number 1. We often have, you know, again, like you just said, we often are 2.5 hours into the meeting before we get, you know, to the first regular agenda item. And I think that's a disservice to the public. I think that discourages people from showing up. And so the idea of not allowing the public to pull items from the consent agenda is not to reduce their input. I mean, we want their input. You know, Michael often gives us something in writing about a consent item, and we can pull it if it's something we want to talk about. But that, I mean, I think that's why you see most of these communities not allowing consent items to be pulled, is so you can move quickly through those and get to the heart of the matter. You know, as it goes for general public comment, again, you know, traditionally, I think before 2017, I mean, for 15 years, public comment was always at the end of the agenda, general public comment, under the theory that let's get through our agenda, and if we have time at the end, we'll talk about things not on the agenda, but the primary purpose of the meeting, you know, the time, place, and manner restriction is to get through the meeting, and then have another option. I think that's why you see some communities putting time limits on it, some communities where they put it, we don't have that in here, and where they are on the agenda. I'm very open to hearing public comment and want to encourage public comment, and often we get items not on the agenda that we need to hear public comment on. But I want to not risk covering the agenda items that we need to cover and that the public is expecting us to cover on a particular night, and not being near 11 o'clock when we get there. I mean, those are the things I'm looking for in how we work these rules.
I don't know that I see it on here, but for some reason I recalled that there are some places that will have a separate meeting just for general public comment, like this is the day of the month where we have general public comment and people can come to us about anything. I don't see it here, but as I understand it, that is something that.
Yeah, I mean, I've certainly been involved in communities and school districts. I do a lot of school district work where they might, kind of like we used to have a work session, they'd have a public comment session, maybe one meeting a month, and have that session where they did that. I will say a lot of school districts, which I don't like, but Sherry mentioned it, a lot of school districts just start the meeting with public comment and about anything, including all the agenda items. And then they take up the agenda and never once have public comment thereafter.
Right.
You know, and I mean, I think that's why we have the rule of let's have public comment related to the agenda items when the agenda item comes up. And, you know, I do think that's the better way to do it and have public comment be on non-agenda items. Again, I think it's somewhat unfair to the public, though, if they want to come speak on something, and I sense the frustration from some of our, you know, speakers even tonight, they don't want to be here for 4 hours before they speak on something, so they want to get it out so they can go home. Well, I understand that. Again, I think part of that is we're not getting to their item until 10 o'clock at night. And so anything we can do to get that regular agenda item so people can show up, speak on it, and then go home is the way that we get more public comment, not less.
Yeah, I agree. Something that what I'm interested in is I would like to talk more about the idea of limiting the time for general public comment at each commission meeting. And I know 30 minutes seem to be some of the different towns that they use 30-minute cap. Like tonight, our general public comment went for 36 minutes. And I know that historically, at least in the recent history, it's gone for a lot longer. So I'm interested in potentially capping the amount of time we have allocated towards general public comment at each meeting. I'm not as thrilled with the idea of not allowing the public to pull consent agenda items, and just what I remember, what I feel like we've seen, I don't see a lot of time being spent on the consent agenda. There's a couple items that may be pulled off, but I just don't see that as a big time clog, so to speak. So I'm not as interested about that. I'm willing to listen to more about that if you know, folks want to talk about that. So those are the two items that I guess from what I'm seeing here, the proposed changes is what I'm interested in.
I will add that, you know, I've certainly seen, certainly in school districts and in a few cities, but I'm more familiar in school districts, is they have public comment and consent, and even maybe sometimes study sessions, you know, at a set time, and then they start the regular agenda at a certain time.
Yeah.
So that it's, you know, at 7 o'clock we start our regular agenda.
Let's
We're
go.
here at 5:45. We can cover some other stuff, but so the people from the public can know regular agenda item number 1's at 7, and you know, I mean, the county does that a little bit with their study sessions from 4 to 5,
Yeah.
and then they start. I mean, you know, defining those roles, those times, also I think could be helpful in again accomplishing the same goal. But kind of to your point,
Yeah.
not going along with the idea of a limit, not so much to limit, you know, the input, but to increase the time in which we can get and encourage public comment on those regular agenda items.
Yeah, and we're here to do this business of the city, and that's the business of the city, the main part of it. So, yeah, I'm interested in hearing more about potential time limits or time frames. We do it from X time to X time, and that's all we have for that time, and we move on to regular agenda item.
Good. Just making my notes over here as a newbie. Just a couple of things that popped to mind. I watch a lot of our boards and commission videos. I have to do it professionally, so I guess you can call me a glutton for punishment. So I do watch the videos. I don't always, I rarely ever depend on the minutes to get the information. The minutes serve a purpose as far as the action items taken, and I respect that and I understand that role. But as far as to get the the context, the gauge of information in a meeting, I do go back and watch the videos. So I tend to rely heavily on the videos more than I do the minutes. In regards to the matrix that Sherry and her team put together, which thank you for doing that, Sherry. As it relates to general public comments, and I want to make sure everyone listening and watching understands that this is in regards to the general public comment section of our agenda, and it doesn't relate to the public comments during agenda items. So we're talking specifically about general public comments. I am open to and interested in hearing more about the cap. I like the idea of a 30-minute cap. We seem to average about 30 minutes in general public comments, and I think having that cap as it relates to the point that Commissioner Finkeldine made about structuring our meeting agenda and our meeting time to say we start, our general agenda at 7, makes a great deal of sense to me. It's something that I'm used to in my professional world as well as in my extracurricular world of being a part of meetings and work that I do in civic organizations that I'm a part of. And I'm used to these things. I'm used to caps on not only general public comment, but also comments on discussion items under this discussion period for general agenda items. And I don't want to take us down that route. I think we're focusing more on general public comment, and I want to keep us there. So I'm not opposed to the cap. And I think around 30 minutes would be I think something that we can all agree on. And I would also include that we continue to look at the language around the rules of engagement or the code of conduct, however you want to say it. I don't want to misspeak or anything, and how public comments need to be germane to the business of the body, has been stated. And I've shared, that germaneness is important and that it needs to be about the business outside of related to other items on the agenda. And so I think it's not an issue of mitigating or suppressing one's freedom of speech. It allows space for others to come and share in public comment as well, whether in person or virtually. Because I think oftentimes, because we don't have language that clearly states that public comment should be about the business of the body, that it takes the air out and it prevents our community and our community members from coming out and sharing in comments. And so, again, it goes back to the point that it's not about less. It's about having the opportunity to bring more into the conversation in that piece. And so I think that will be a positive outcome from that. I do think we need to stress more in the education piece around written comments and encouraging community members that have the ability to email in and write written comments so that we have a record as well, just so that record maintains in perpetuity, and that we're not always, as a parliamentary term, parlaying our comments, because oftentimes what's written might be about 3-ish minutes, and then if you want to reiterate what's written, sometimes it's not always, you don't always need 3 minutes to do that. So being able to educate on the value as a commissioner of having those written comments. So as we're doing our work and we're studying, we have that to reference off of, because oftentimes we may hear something the night of, and that's organic, and I recognize that, and I think most of the commissioners recognize that. But if it's something that you haven't thought and it's there, get it out, if you can have the opportunity to get it out now and get it out early so that we have it to build on what we're studying and preparing for every Tuesday night. We have that. I know, Sherry, you've talked a little bit about the different formats of the consent agenda, and I think there's some language to be worked out about that, and how to pull that out. I know there's some language on that, and I'm in support of that as well. But I think that covers about where I'm at. So I do believe in the cap. 30 minutes would not be, I don't think, is egregious. Tightening up our language around rules of engagement of public comments, germaneness, as well as encouraging written comments and understanding when those written comments need to be sent in, and just understanding that this process within itself is going to give us an opportunity to have more people from the community come out and speak and feel like they have space to speak here.
Commissioner Littlejohn.
Yeah.
It's just to kind of go through them. Also with Commissioner Finkeldye, what he said, I support that and follow along with that, because right now it's like 9:49. It's almost 10 o'clock and we have 3 more agenda items to go. So not even mentioning other commission items, city manager report, calendar, whatnot. So, and that happened the meeting before, and that happened the meeting before, where things dropped off and they were pushed to the next meeting. So this is part of an idea so that we can do the business of the city. That's why we were elected, to do the business of the city. So I would be in support of a cap in terms of public comment, and also with Commissioner Finkeldye, having a set time when our agenda items will start so that we can go ahead and pursue the business of the city. In terms of, the consent items, and if they're not eligible for public comment, I don't know. I'm kind of going back and forth that. If they are eligible for public comment, I would say maybe 1 comment. I think that's sufficient. And then just move on, because those items supposedly are items that have already been discussed and that usually can be approved in a blanket slate so that we can move on to the rest of the business of the city. Or they're just bids or any sort of rudimentary items that are the city processes. So that can be up for further discussion. But definitely more education on it. And hopefully we can encourage folks to use other methods to go ahead and communicate with us regarding their wishes and their opinions on the agenda. But that is all I have for now. Yeah, I'm done.
Thank you. So before we, unless you have something else.
Just real quick.
Yeah.
On the time limit, in Sherry's memo, it was 30 minutes. We saw several towns using. I would be interested in bringing that back to 20 minutes. That'll still give 3 times a month, 20 minutes each time.
Thank you. My question was, since there seems to be agreement on that among you, is everyone feeling that should be at the beginning, let's say 5, 10, 30 minutes of comment, or is someone suggesting we put the comment somewhere else, either on another day or at the end of the meeting? I heard everyone saying they're ready to cap that time, but I wanted to make sure we're in agreement about when.
Yeah, got it. I would be interested to hear thoughts on putting it at the very beginning of the meeting before we start our regular consent agenda or other things. Yeah. Have that right off the bat.
I think if you're going to cap it, I think you do it at the beginning of the meeting. If you're not going to cap it, I think it's worth considering putting it at the end of the meeting after the agenda, after you get through the agenda.
And I
want to do both.
Yeah, you want to do both?
I want to cap it at the end of the meeting,
Yeah.
necessarily.
Yeah, I'm not as interested in putting it at the end of the meeting
Yeah.
as capping it at the very beginning to 20 minutes.
I like the idea of capping it to 30 minutes at the beginning. If we're going to keep it with 3 minutes of comment, 3 is not divisible by 20, so I mean, if we wanted to do 21 minutes, which we might as well just do 30.
Commissioner Littlejohn, does that agree with you? Okay.
Can I?
Yes,
I'm
please.
sorry. Is there any thought given to starting the meeting a little bit earlier? Okay, got it. Capture that 30 minutes of public comment. Just sure we can start the regular agenda at 6 o'clock or whatever. I don't know.
I mean, if we're starting at 5:45 with,
Mayor, I see Randy has his hand raised.
oh yeah, sorry.
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. If we cap it at 30 minutes, we may have more people who want to speak than we have available time slots. So would the commission be interested in like having people sign up in advance and it's first come, first serve? But that should probably be considered.
Yeah, sorry, Randy. That was an assumption that should have been stated, that I think folks would need to sign up.
And I would be fine with it first come, first serve. They come and sign up when they get here, or and also consider discussion on having them do it in advance. But I like the idea of first come, first serve.
So we're talking about possibly, I mean, if I'm hearing what you're talking about, like 5:45 to whatever, 6:15 or 6:10 or something or whatever. I can't do math at 9:54. But, so a period of time, 5:45 to 6:15, you do public comment. 6:15, you start the do consent and then go to regular agenda, something like that.
We have proclamations too.
Do proclamations. I mean, you're talking about moving it all the way to the beginning.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
It's just,
Well, we can't.
And if we didn't, whatever, if we had, let's say we had 30 minutes and 2 people showed up, would we wait and start at the time,
no, I would.
the pre?
Oh, I don't know. I don't think Sherry's going to like that.
Well, lots of
That-
places
The
do
point of it was to make it predictable for the people there for other agenda items. Then we need to make it predictable for that agenda to begin. And if that means, okay, we come at 5:30, 30 minutes, things really kick off at 6, then that creates the predictability you're aiming for.
And I mean, certainly those places that do that have that predictability, and if, and then you can say, you kind of do it that way.
Yeah.
So it's in a case where if you started at 5:30 with public comment, let's say you only had 17 minutes worth of public comment, so is there like a recess and start similar?
Sherry, I'm looking at you. I'm looking at the back of your head.
Well, you could do either. If you were going to set a specific time that your meeting would start, and you're wanting people to know that it's not going to just start until 6,
Right.
you would need to recess. Otherwise, at least they know it's, even if you didn't do that, and it's capped at 30.
It's like our executive sessions, when we
Right.
start at 5, we go a half hour, we come out, we say, we're
Same
starting at
format.
5:45.
Sure.
You just wait and start at the right time so everyone knows, and then they can show up.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, I do like the idea of having those executive sessions at 5. 30
Right.
minutes is sometimes short. I don't know. I mean, 5:45 is the start time. 5:30, okay, we can talk about that. 5:30, 5:45, either's fine with me, but again, I think we set a time and go from there to encourage participation.
Right.
Mayor, if I may, I would say there was some conversation about signing up in advance or signing up at the meeting, and I know previously that's something that I've brought forward that the commission, maybe not those on this, was not interested in. But if there's no public comment and we do not know that until the meeting starts, that's 30 minutes that you all are here and staff is here where we're not doing anything.
I stick by sign up ahead of time. So if we have people
true.
sign up ahead of time, we start the meeting at 5:45 with public comment capped at 30 minutes, then we know, then the the body knows and the public knows that we will start into the deep of the meeting at around 6:15, which then gets us through approval of the agenda, recognition, consent, and then on to regular agenda items. I understand it's sticky. There's not too many times that I've experienced where the day of you've been able to sign up and give public comment. I mean, that's even on a state level. And I know everyone's saying, you know, state is not the same as local, but it's not necessarily, that's the rule. And oftentimes people have signed up the day of, not ahead of time, and they've been able to give public comment. Other times it's not necessarily that case. And I think this gives us a structure that we understand, we're familiar with, the community becomes familiar with, and it allows for that flow of information and flow of the meeting that oftentimes gets discombobulated because of the general public comments being in the middle. This gets it ahead of time. It gives space for it to happen. It gives a space and opportunity for the community to come in to share, as long as they've signed up ahead of time. And then we can continue to move on with the business of the body. So my recommendation would be to start at 5:45 with public comment, capped at 30 minutes, signed up ahead of time, and we move on. Making sure that we have language that outlines that general public comments are to be of the body, the business of the body, and germane to those issues.
Vice Mayor, do you agree to the sign up in advance?
Yeah, I would, yeah. I'm fine with signing up. A little concerned about those who don't understand the rules showing up, and if we have time, maybe having them talk and then letting them know. I just would, if we've got 30 minutes, we got the time in there, because not enough people have signed up, then I would be open to letting them speak. Now, that could get kind of crazy, but.
Commissioner Littlejohn, is it irrelevant to you whether they sign up or not in advance? Or is that fine with you?
Yeah, it's fine with me either way.
Yeah.
Mayor, do you mind if I ask Randy to weigh in on this? Because one concern we had when we moved the meetings to start at 5 o'clock is the reason we recess is just so the public has an expectation if a meeting's going to start. So if we say meetings will start at 5:45, if there's public comment, and 6:15 for regular agenda, and we really won't, depending on what time frame we give them, the day before, we'll need to update our agenda to say there will be no public comment, which we can do. I just want to make sure that we're fully understanding all of the concerns that we might have with setting specific times on our agenda.
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. We can definitely set the definite times of 5:45 and 6:15. And if there's no public comment, the regular meeting doesn't start till 6:15. That's just the way we'd have to do it, because we've set that forth in the agenda and we can't change it. That gives the people notice, because if we start the agenda at 5:45 and people are here at 6:15 to talk on items that have already been discussed, that defeats the whole purpose of having a public meeting.
Yeah, it's tough.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's the fallback.
Yeah.
List.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I hear agreement from all of you on that.
You mean as far as?
As far as the time limit, putting it at the beginning and capping it and signing up in advance is what I felt I heard.
Okay, yeah, got it. I am concerned about what Randy just said, though.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
Oh, that we'll have to wait if there's no public
Yeah,
comment.
if there's no public comment, and we've got to wait till 6:15.
We can't have it both ways. Either we're doing it because we're trying to make it predictable for other people, or we're not. And I haven't said much because I'm not in love with this, although I do see some certain amount of necessity. But if we're going to do this, then the predictability is what I'm expecting out of this. If it's a solution, that's what we're addressing.
But do we have to say that our meeting regular meeting wouldn't start till 6:15. Could we say we've given 30 minutes and our regular meeting starts whenever the public comment is over, no later than 6:15?
No, I don't see how.
I think that's a little bit dangerous.
Yeah.
If we liken it to what we do with executive session, we may leave at executive session and we may say it's going to take 30 minutes or 20 minutes. We may extend time, we may not extend time. We come out and state that. If we get done prior to 5:45 with an executive session, we don't go into the agenda. We
Wait for everyone.
we take a break. We recess. And so I don't see this being any different.
So what sort of danger do you see in doing it without saying we have to start at 6:15?
It's the very part of you may have someone that wants to speak on an item, and if we've already started conversation, and they may have missed out on the opportunity to engage in that item. So it's I liken this to the executive session. The only difference is it's not executive session, it's public comment. We don't start the agenda because we got out of executive session early. We recess and then we start. This is the same thing. We're giving the community space at the beginning of the meeting to come and speak on matters related to the governing body from a certain period of time. And we're telling them we're not going to jump ahead. We're going to start at 6:15, just like we would say we were starting the meeting at 5:45 if it was an executive session. So same principle.
So is there any interest at all in starting the meeting earlier then?
No.
Well, I mean,
Especially if we're going to do executive session. So if we start executive session at 5, we still have from between 5 and 5:45 to do executive session, go into public comment, start the meeting.
yeah, and, even though, well, of course, there are people out there that have shift work, if it's someone who isn't used to coming to this, there's a fair enough expectation to be able to come after work. And the earlier we do things, the less accessible it is. I think the study sessions used to be at 4. Well, hardly anyone went to the study sessions at 4, because there were still a lot of people getting off work.
Getting off work.
Right.
Driving from Topeka on I-70. Taking the South Lawrence Traffic Way to my house to get a snack before I come here.
So again, I feel like I hear consensus on that, although I hear your reservations.
I'm trying to think through the reservations. Yeah, you see the concern that and Sherry said this earlier, if we show up at 5:45 and there's 2 people with public comment, we're not improving our chances we'll be done by 11 if we lose 30 minutes. So, I hear what, and I guess that's why I'm also concerned about trying to, and it doesn't sound like there's as much agreement with me on trying to figure out something to do with the consent items. But that's also an issue we've had at times where we've spent an hour and a half on consent items. And the counter argument would be, well, if we spend an hour and a half on consent items, maybe it shouldn't have been there, and maybe we should have that. And I think that's, and I recognize that. But, I think, again, trying to get that predictability is important. And finally, I should say, we should also, if we're going down this route, talk about these study sessions and maybe setting time limits on those. Having a certain amount of time and even considering publishing that in advance. We're doing this from this time to this time. The study session is going to last from here to here. And again, regular agenda item number 1 is going to start at 7:15, 7:30 or something. Again, I understand the risk of that, but our experience has not been that we've been going short. Our experience is that we go long. And I just...
Yeah.
you know.
And I think for me, with the work sessions, what I'm seeing is that, this is staff's first round of providing us context in these study sessions. And I would imagine there's always going to be some level of density to it. And I think as staff kind of gets their bearings and we get in that routine of, as it shifts of what the objective is of that particular session as it relates to the outcome areas, some of that will lighten up a bit. I'm noticing it, and it's just a matter that, this is dense work. So, I do believe there needs to be something to be said maybe on not necessarily capping, but having an idea of, study sessions last about 45 minutes, hour, whatever it is. And just knowing that, being mindful of the fact that we're dealing with some dense information during that time, and how does staff do that? So, I mean, I get it, but, I think it's something to be discussed. Because I do notice there's some variations in the times and where staff, on the different study sessions based on from the outcome teams. But they are it's very dense information. And I mean, I don't say that in a bad way. I mean, it's just a lot of information because they're covering a great deal in that outcome piece. And it gives us a lot of food for thought. So I just want us to be mindful if we think about a time limit, understanding what it is that staff is wanting to accomplish in those outcome sessions and what that expectation is, and making sure we have a time that's that reflects that.
When we first started doing work sessions, we actually had them on the second Tuesday of the month, I think it was. Somebody, Casey, you were around. Yeah, and that was all we did was work session stuff. And that was it. And then the other Tuesdays we did regular, but that could have been when we were meeting 4 times, was it? Yeah, okay. So that didn't work. Yeah.
So one thing, if I may, we have been trying to get them down under 30 minutes on these presentations. Now, where the discussion goes, that's not in our control, but we can cut it a little bit more. But you're right. Initially, it is very dense information, and we're trying to do proactive work, not have all of your agenda always be responding to certain things and just conducting business, but put that proactive work to emphasize the strategic plan work. So that's the purpose of those, and so we can work with whatever time we have.
Yeah. So again, I feel that I heard consensus among commissioners on that. At the cost of digging deeper into some of these details, which I think are relevant, but again, it's 10:10. I did want to say, or check in with commissioners, I was happy with the language that was put forth in the suggested ordinance. Of course, including these changes you all appeared to kind of agree on just now. And I wanted to see if there was any conversation about that. Commissioner Sellers, it does specify or tighten up the language, as you said, to
Items and issues.
items that are actually the business or under the purview of the body. Did you have any?
Sarah had indicated that under the decorum language or engagement language, that other communities did it with a little bit more detail, and I don't know if she'd be willing to take a look at that and see what others are pulling up on that.
Outside of issues and items germane to the business of the governing body?
Yeah, she had just...
About decorum.
Decorum. I'm looking more at decorum.
I feel like I've seen more specific language from other communities, and I'd
just like to hear what folks have got.
We provided some of that in here, but we can certainly look more into that, and if you want us to bring back something in addition to the updates just to the types of comments being limited to issues and not items germane to the business of the governing body.
Commissioner Finkeldye,
Well,
did you have any issues with this ordinance suggested, the
Well, I mean,
suggested changes?
I would note that it has limiting the consent agenda, which I am kind of a favor of, but I don't think there's the consensus on that.
Yeah, but it does say that we
So-
may do it, which means also that we may not do it.
Yeah.
We could leave that bit out, but also it would be up to us in the future if that was a change.
And I will note that, many, and there's other ways to get to this. I mean, there are many cities and school districts that have like different, as we talked about, different types of consent agendas, like consent agenda on contracts, consent agenda on zoning, which has to be opened, consent agenda on, general resolutions, and they, vary what can be pulled or how those are handled. Again, I think the other possibility would be on consent items, especially if we're going to, that if a member of the public wants to pull the consent item, they have to put that in advance by noon on Tuesday or something, right? So then we can better judge where we're at. And if it's an agenda item, which we never do, but if it's an agenda item that we think is going to take some time, then we can move it. We could say, hey, a member of the public wants to pull this, it might take us a while, they make a good point, let's put that at the end of the agenda so we can get through the consent right away, get to that regular agenda, and do that. So that would be a possibility, too, that you would allow the public to pull it, but only do it by noon on Tuesday or something, and then that would give us the chance, when we look at the agenda, to reorder it. Of course, the public, there would be certain items that the public would have the right to pull, the zoning. There'd also be the ability to ask us to pull it. But if we give them, that right, so if at 4 o'clock someone figures it out that they missed their deadline, they could still email us and say, hey, I missed my deadline, I'd like to pull that, and that could still theoretically be pulled.
So would those any item that was pulled be put at the end of the regular agenda?
I don't know that you have to, but it give you the possibility
To maneuver the agenda.
to maneuver the agenda, but then people would know in advance. I mean, one of the keys, or at least, early on, I mean, again, it's just an idea to throw out there. I mean, I've seen that.
I know in other civic meetings, I've experienced that where you may have things bundled under consent and things get pulled, and so prior to approval of the agenda, someone will pull something from general up above, because we know that those are matters that we want to be able to ensure that we address during that time. So in the event that a meeting had to be extended, or I've been a part of meetings that have gone from 2 to 8 o'clock, and we recessed to 11 o'clock at night and went until 2 o'clock in the morning. So not that I recommend that, but the idea is that it gives you that, like I said, the maneuverability in the agenda to say, okay, these things have been pulled. There might, we want to be able to get to the business of the agenda item, so let's approve the agenda, moving something up in that capacity to do that. I mean, it's part of parliamentary procedure. I know we don't do that, and that's why it may be a little bit sticky for folks. I mean, when we go to approve the agenda, we're either approving the agenda as presented, or as a commissioner, I have the ability to say, can I move regular agenda item number 4 to number 1 under regular agenda items? And then we discuss and vote on that. So that ability is already availed to us.
We just never use it.
We just never use it. I've used it a couple of times. but-
Mayor, I noticed Randy again.
Sorry.
Yeah, we have the ability to reorder it.
Oh, Randy, you're on mute.
Oh, no, you're muted.
Sorry. This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. I would point out there's some things that will be on
consent, because we do use an expanded consent to limit things that go on the regular agenda. That
we really couldn't require someone to sign up in advance. If they showed up at the meeting, they have an opportunity to be heard on it. So it's probably a better idea to divide to an agenda, maybe a consent agenda where things cannot be pulled except by a commissioner, and then a consent agenda that can be pulled by anybody that's in the general public or by a commissioner. That would be my suggestion. But some things like zoning issues or property issues are at issue, they would have an opportunity to pull it or be heard on the item, regardless of whether they signed up in advance. So I just wanted to alert you to that fact.
Thank you, Randy.
It is 10:18.
Yeah, that's what I was going to suggest. Could we maybe give direction on the couple things I believe we agree on, and cogitate on what Randy just said a little bit more so that we could move forward. We do have some important items here. Sherry and Randy, did you hear the consensus I heard in terms of general public comment, when it would be, what the caps are?
Yes.
Okay. And just again sorry, go ahead, Randy.
Yes, this Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. Yes, I'm aware. I know what the consensus is.
Thank you. And then again, I've felt that everything that was suggested in this new ordinance was appropriate, perhaps with the exception of that conversation we just had, which was about consent items. Just to double check, does that meet with everyone else's approval?
Except for the consent items.
Except for the consent items, which we want to revisit briefly in the future. Commissioner Sellers?
I'm good.
Commissioner Finkeldie?
Yeah, I'm open to suggestions from staff on consent. I
Yeah,
haven't come up with
yeah.
a good answer for that yet.
No.
Okay.
Either way,
Yeah.
if they have, you guys can cogitate on that and give us some thoughts on how that might, you know what our goals are here. I don't have a great answer.
Great, thank you. Not to be clippy, but let's move on here. Oh, Bart, sorry, excuse me, Commissioner Littlejohn, thumbs up, thank you. Let's move on to item number 3, the patient gentleman who has been here waiting to speak with us about this very important item.
Let me get set up here. Good evening, Commissioners, City staff. Thank you for your service. Thank you for being here on Tuesday nights so long.
Matthew?
Yes.
Hi, I apologize. Is it okay if I introduce you?
Sure.
He's so
Make you
excited.
wait just a little bit longer.
Go for it.
I apologize. Good evening, Commissioners. I actually had a very short presentation. I will zoom through a couple of the slides and then get to Matthew. Hopefully the longest thing will take for me to share my screen, so I apologize. Please bear with me. Okay, so thank you, Commissioner. This is Leah Roseland, Affordable Housing Administrator, and I'm here with Matthew Falk, Director of Housing for Burt Nash Community Mental Health Center. We are here to recommend the Commission consider a request to approve a city partnership with Burt Nash to convert a downtown lot to mixed-use 24-unit permanent supportive housing and downtown grocery development. I will provide a general overview of the partnership request and how this project will progress city strategic plan and community goals, and then I'll hand it over to Matthew, who will provide a more detailed presentation on the project. Thank you, Matthew, and thank you for hanging out so long. Really appreciate you. The primary role for the city in the partnership would be to identify and donate an appropriate city-owned lot or other parcel for, again, a 24-unit permanent supportive housing with ground floor grocery development. Additional partnership roles may include collaborating on the design for the commercial and parking component, neighborhood engagement efforts, and input on program design. If the Commission is interested in a partnership agreement, staff would look for direction on specific partner roles and responsibilities for the city. Just some short background information. This is in the agenda item packet, so I'm not going to go over it with you, but just to be aware that the conversations were initiated in January 2022, and since that time, both Bert Nash and city staff has done some groundwork to get us here today. And I'm happy to answer any questions about that. In terms of the need for permanent supportive housing, the 2021 Douglas County Supported Housing Needs Assessment shows a need for 374 units of permanent supportive housing. Of those, 48 total units are needed for individuals with severe and persistent mental illness or other behavioral health needs who are experiencing chronic homelessness, who is a primary population who will be served by the Bert Nash project. The Douglas County Homeless Needs Assessment identified lack of affordable housing and as a deficit in our community, and specific housing options as among the largest gaps and unmet needs, which is driving homelessness. The report notes that every collaborator interviewed told researchers that affordable housing is the single most needed resource to prevent and end homelessness in the county. And currently, Douglas County has no permanent supportive housing units. Evidence backs permanent supported housing as an intervention to reduce chronic homelessness, which is the City Strategic Plan Indicator SWN6. I was going to go over the evidence, but I'm going to skip it.
Hey, Leah, quick question. Isn't the cottages, wouldn't the cottages be considered permanent supportive housing?
I believe those are transitional supported housing, but Matthew, please.
The cottages, the 10 units there are permanent supportive housing.
Okay.
There's the confusion there is probably that when you talk about HUD and or specific funding for permanent supportive housing,
they're not funded through a funding stream that is identified as permanent supportive housing, but the programmatic model that is in place there is permanent supportive housing. So they're permanent housing units, and there are supportive services that are provided to everyone who is in there. It's just the subsidized funding isn't necessarily associated with what you would traditionally call a permanent supportive housing funding stream.
Thank you. Sorry to distract you there. Go ahead.
No, thank you so much for offering that clarity. Here are the city strategic plan goals and indicators that this project will help move. You see they cover, a range of city strategic plan outcome areas. Bert Nash is requesting one of the two following city-owned downtown lots. They've indicated an openness to any location the city may consider viable. However, staff has reviewed other potential sites and recommends a 943 Vermont lot as the most viable location for the development site that we've been able to locate at this time. The lot at 943 Vermont is a long-term lot and generally highly utilized by surrounding business employees. Additionally, D&D Tire utilizes a substantial amount of the public parking meters off Vermont Street between 10th and 11th. The meters on 10th on the 10200 block are frequently open. So to minimize the impact on public parking around the redevelopment zone, parking could potentially be converted to parallel parking stalls to angled parking stalls, which would need additional review and analysis by city engineering. The other site is located at 826 Vermont. Bert Nash is requesting a 0.26 acre carve out of the lot, which is 1.41 acres total. There is a utility easement on this lot granted to Westar Energy, but there are no restrictions to selling the lot. Staff is also presenting and discussing with the city just some more context around downtown lots. With the city, a possible request for proposals for redevelopment of downtown parking lots, a recommendation in the downtown plan. And this process would enable the establishment of redevelopment criteria and an open process to receive responses from the public and development community. At this time, staff envisions development of the request for proposals to take several months to complete after stakeholder engagement. We wanted to bring this item before you before that happens because there is some urgency in terms of the construction timeline and spending time limits of the funding they might be working to leverage. At this time, I would love to invite Matthew to present his wonderful presentation that I just interrupted. So thank you so much, Matthew. And I will.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. And I will See if I can pull it up here.
It's interesting. So when I go to present the slideshow, Zoom disappears. Normally it would stay up. Give me an option to still access it.
Matthew, would you like me to share the screen?
Can you share it from there?
Yeah, I can, but I need to launch the...
So it'll, okay, and then click on that guy. And then try share.
Yeah.
And then will it, I don't know. Then, there you go. And then try that blue share.
Okay.
There it is.
There we go. Cool.
Just exit it.
All right. Thank you. So as Leah mentioned, the specific project that we're proposing is a permanent supportive housing project. It's important for us to give you a little context around what we're doing here. So Burt Nash is developing a long-term vision for housing and housing development as an agency and as a component of the wider community housing strategy to address homelessness. The component of that we are looking to take some ownership of and to be one of the primary providers is permanent supportive housing. Permanent supportive housing is a very kind of targeted type of housing for individuals who need ongoing supports in order to remain successful and community-based housing. So there are other types of housing and affordable housing that's needed to be developed by the various different partners. We're taking ownership of this kind of piece of the pie there. So, all right.
Try enter.
Thank you. So our overall vision is to build a series of projects that will eventually result in a diverse portfolio of permanent supportive housing options. We're trying to avoid a kind of one-size-fits-all approach. So there are various different needs that households have in the community for permanent supportive housing, and that will dictate the kind of housing that we develop. So this is project one in that effort. This is going to be a decades-long effort for us as an agency. But this is a part of that plan. So we want to start somewhere, and this is where we're starting. We're looking at addressing homelessness. This is a part of reducing homelessness in the community and ultimately a part of the plan to reach functional zero. You've all heard presentations about the Built for Zero project, so this is a part of that effort. And we are also trying to realize a self-sustaining housing development process for us as an agency. We benefit as an agency that we not only gain revenue from rent, most property owners only gain revenue from rent or primarily gain revenue from rent, but we're also a supportive service provider and we get Medicaid reimbursements for providing those supports. So we benefit from having a second substantial revenue stream if we own and operate the housing. That would put us in a position, once I get a certain number of units up and running, and that's the basis of this project, when I get about 24 units up and running, then we are going to be able to net an amount every year that would put us in a position of every 3 or 4 years, we can build a new housing project with very little or no outside funding. And that's my goal as the director, is to get us to a self-sustainable housing development goal and to achieve that goal. So this is the cornerstone of achieving that process. So what this project is 2024 units of permanent supportive housing above a commercial space that we would like to dedicate to a grocer in the downtown area. In our conversations with the city and city planning, early on we'd kind of envisioned maybe a cafe. We wanted a commercial space on the bottom floor because we want to offer employment opportunities for our clients. We have a supportive employment program. When clients can work, it's an evidence-based practice that identifies that people tend to stay in recovery longer, they tend to integrate into the community better, so when you can work, there's benefits to that. After talking with the city said, well, we would like, and the neighborhoods would like to attract a grocer to the downtown area. At first we thought, okay, that's maybe bigger than we can bite off, but after thinking about it and looking at it, we're ready to do that. It also makes a lot more sense for our clients. That type of business offers a wider spectrum of jobs that would be available for our clients to work, whereas something like a cafe is a much more narrow type of job availability. So for us, it's more attractive from a support and employment standpoint and the type of relationship we could build with that business for our clients. And we will permanently dedicate this to permanent supportive housing. So our goal is to have this in perpetuity for our clients moving forward forever, as long as Burt Nash exists. We have created some preliminary sketches of the site plan. Again, none of this is set in stone because we don't have a site. We can't really develop a project to its completion. But this is an example of something that might be able to take place at the corner of 9th in Vermont. The bottom of your screen is south. That would be Wheatfields. To the left of the screen would be the Carnegie Building. Just kind of an example. To realize a grocer space, we really would be looking for a footprint that would allow us around 10,000 square feet. That's about the size of the KCK Merck project, and in respect to serving the downtown area and giving us years of service to be adequate for the downtown area. And kind of my preliminary research, I talked to Sunflower Development, who built the Merck project. We've talked to some other folks. 10,000 square feet would, I think, serve us well. Anything getting smaller than that, and then you're probably restricting the type of grocer service that would be offered, and maybe the adequacy of it moving forward into the future. It might work for a short period of time, but if we want it to work for a decent amount of time, that's the kind of space we would probably need. And this is the first elevation above that. It just shows the floor plan. We would be looking to go up 3 stories, so that elevation would be repeated again on the 3rd story. A mix of units, so we would, we would like to realize 24 units. This project would realize 22. That's okay, but a mix. So we have some 2-bedroom units, some 1-bedroom units, and some studio units. So we can serve different household sizes, not just singles, but we could potentially serve families with children. We definitely work with folks who have children and also need that kind of supportive service. This is an image of a preliminary sketch for the 10th and Vermont corner. Our work on that site and working with the city, we wanted to try to preserve parking. So that really significantly limits the footprint of the building. That's the kind of, I guess, drawback for that site. If the ask is that we continue to preserve parking on that site, again, it limits the footprint of that commercial space. But the elevations above would be similar. Again, 2-bedroom units, 1-bedroom units, and studio units. I think there's some things that we've also looked at to expanding those second floors out a little bit to add 1 or 2 more units to get a higher count of units in that space. Our overall goal, though, is targeting homeless households who have a severe mental illness and who qualify for a HUD voucher. So this initial project would also include that qualification. So not everybody who's out there is going to qualify for a HUD voucher, but that would be a part of our kind of pro forma for this specific project to help ensure or strengthen the security of the revenue that we get in order to support future projects. So we also have a partnership with Housing Authority in which we have home TBRA vouchers. We apply for them every year with the state that are earmarked for Burt Nash SPMI clients who are receiving case management. So in a real sense, we already have a stream of referrals through our own clientele and a partnership we already have in existence with Housing Authority to provide housing through those vouchers. But they would be open to anyone who would qualify for the transitional voucher, which is also a city-funded voucher program they have in addition to the TBRA program they have with us. We will offer on-site supportive services. Those supportive services will be dedicated to that site. The idea is that they're not out running around serving other people and kind of getting stretched thin. We want to provide robust services for those folks. So we will dedicate staff to that building. They will only work with the residents of that building in their daily work. And again, we will offer supported employment, and hopefully on-site employment opportunities to the business. And as the owner-operator, we can be more tolerant as a landlord. That helps us prevent the cycle of eviction that often happens with households who are struggling with mental health issues or substance use issues. As the owner-operator and a service provider, that puts us in a position to be more lenient, to not evict, to work with people, to help them in their recovery process, because we know that backsliding, falling out of recovery is a common expected process or part of the recovery process. So that's what we do, that's what we're here to do, and we think it's extremely crucial for stopping that cycle of eviction. Again, our targeted outcomes are to address an urgent community need. I think we can all admit that the severity of homelessness in the community today is perhaps the highest it's ever been. It's the highest it's been in recent memory, and that's what we're targeting with this, as Leah mentioned, in the KU homeless assessment, the Corporation for Supportive Housing assessment, and the Bill for Zero project or process. This is a part of meeting those goals. Increasing affordable housing stock, et cetera, and a sustainable development. But we're at a standstill. So we don't have a site, and until we get a site, we're kind of limited with what we can do next. Securing a site is what allows us to finish our designs. It will allow us to take this next step in pursuing funding streams that we've targeted. So, for example, we will be applying for state ARPA home funds. We really need to have a full design to present to them. There's several foundations that we're approaching. We really need to have a full design to present to them. And the county has made a soft a commitment of $1 million to us, contingent on us getting a site and us getting the other money. But they have made that soft commitment. And I think, again, with some of the other projects you're a part of, the tenants and homeowners projects, this makes a good partnership between us, you, and the county. And I think it's a good faith effort on everyone to show that we are trying to really achieve these goals and really address the issues of homelessness and poverty within our community. So what we really are asking is for that partnership through a commitment to providing a site. As Leah mentioned, we're flexible. At this, we want to work with you. We're kind of not really committed to any site. So we want to work with staff to figure out what site makes the most sense and go from there. The two sites that are proposed are really just kind of, I guess initially that we were talking about, okay, yeah, these are the sites, but I want to remain flexible. We do remain flexible for what makes most sense for you all. So we have done some preliminary community engagement. I've talked with the Old West Lawrence neighborhood, some representatives from that association, as well as the Oriad Neighborhood Association, as well as Sally and Mr. Watkins from downtown Lawrence. And I've talked to Plymouth and First Methodist churches. They've all been very, very enthusiastic about the project, and I've gotten several letters of support that they provided for our packet for you. They're very enthusiastic about the grocery store. They're very enthusiastic about affordable housing. The one major concern, the churches were concerned about parking in that long-term lot, and they were very concerned about that. So I am mindful of that. Both churches are good partners with us. They help us a lot when we need it, and have been partners in the winter shelter process when it first started going a few years ago. So we do value their input, and we do value their concerns. So that's kind of where we're at. I think so far as the community is concerned, I think we're in a good position. So this is the next step.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any questions?
A couple. Have you considered going taller than 3 stories, going 4 stories?
Yeah. Some of the things that we've considered with our developer and architect is cost. But now that we've made the decision to put elevators in the building as is for ADA accessibility, I think those are a little bit less. But I also want to be considerate of the capital component of this. So the more we build, the more expensive it is. And I want to be as realistic as I can be about making this project a reality. And that's just, I just have to take in consideration how much money can we really generate for a single project like this. And when I think about the commercial space, that impacts that. We would like to have more units. But until we get something like this up and running and we're generating revenue and become more self-sustainable, it's this project that we got to get off the ground. So I'm kind of limiting it in size to those 3 stories, 24 units, so we can actually get it done. And then future projects, then maybe we can be a little bigger.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, the reason I ask is what I've been told is that once you get to a certain height in a building, it gets much cheaper to go up higher. Your big money is spent down below. So.
Yeah, so we are working with CT Design, which is Connor Trainer and Chris Cunningham. We haven't had that conversation yet. When we were first at the table, they were concerned with cost of going any higher. But I can definitely bring that up with them and say, hey, does that make it more cost effective for us if we're willing to do that?
Okay, thanks. The other one I had is, are you talking with any grocery stores yet?
Just very preliminarily, I guess I was a little reluctant to until I have a little more traction. What I have done is reached out to talk about what does this look like. So I've talked to the Merck a little bit, and I'm wanting to reach out to Checkers and some local stores. We did talk to Sunflower Development about the Kansas City project and how that kind of worked for them on a builder's side. So we've done some kind of initial talking. And there's been some feedback around not necessarily doing that in a traditional way. So we don't necessarily have to attract a traditional box grocery store. Zagri with Downtown Lawrence talked about the farmer's market and indoor space for farmer's market. It would need to be every day to serve the downtown community. I'm not sure if that's something that group could utilize. But there are other possibilities of maybe a bazaar type of indoor space where you have individual vendors who have a permanent spot. I don't know. I guess in some sense, we could be creative. We could be Lawrence. We could do something a little different, or we could just try to attract somebody to operate the whole space. At this point in time, I'm flexible. I want to talk with our partners and figure out what makes the most sense. Talk with the community. Knowing that we will have to bite the bullet at some point and commit and say, this is our plan of our course of action, and this is what we're going to do. But we're still preliminarily enough along here that we have some options.
Okay, that's all I have right now.
Any other questions?
Botas is.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I see you. There you are. Commissioner Littlejohn.
Great project, and thank you, Mayor. And I think Matthew might have answered my question regarding the downtown market portion of the 948 project, 948 site, because I just saw it said downtown market, so I was just wondering what that is. So.
Yeah, I think that was just a label to indicate that ground floor space would be something that provides a grocery type service, because we haven't made a full decision on exactly how that grocery space would work out. But.
So Matthew, real quick. So reading this correctly, both you're looking at either one, but the 826 Vermont site would give you a little bit more square footage for a market type grocer proto imagination space.
Yeah, at least in my understanding from planning and development, what they would be looking for uniquely with those individual sites. If we're not asked to preserve parking on the other site, then we could definitely expand that footprint.
Okay.
If we still want to preserve parking on that site, then yes, that would limit the size of that footprint, making the other site more viable.
More viable for you. And then real quick, I think this is, I think selfishly a little bit from my own understanding, you had talked about with being able to provide the services and with the housing that kicks in that opportunity for Medicaid reimbursement. Would that be in a form of like is it fee for service, or is it more of an encounter rate where it's a lump sum per service, per individual?
So we're in transition right now. So if you have not heard, or you probably have heard, Bert Nash is now a certified community behavioral health clinic. And for our Medicaid SBMI clients, that does change the way we're reimbursed and it enhances the way we're reimbursed. Typically, it would be a fee for an hour of service, right? You see something for an hour, you get so much money an hour.
Right.
Now we do get a per diem rate, basically per diem rate, but it is significantly enhanced from what we would expect to see at an hourly rate. So we actually anticipate that the revenue that we will receive will be
able to carry
significantly more than we would receive under the old model. But CMHCs are licensed by the state to provide community-based supportive services. That's what we do. It's kind of our niche. And this is a part of expanding that service and enhancing that service for the community.
Okay. And I think I have a question here, but it's more of a question in learning as far as the funding piece. How would that, is there any opportunities with that as far as servicing individuals who are chronically homeless that happen to be veterans, and or in their process you identify that they're veterans and getting them back on their TRICARE or whatnot? How does that function within all that?
Well, it's really up to the veteran. We work with veterans. The one thing I would say about the veteran services locally is there tend to be significant amount of services. So when we do come across someone who's experiencing homelessness as a veteran, that actually gives us kind of, we like that because the VA and HUD-VASH typically have vacant vouchers available. Mm-hmm. Now, they can live and stay in our facility, that's fine. It's really up to their choice where they want to receive their services. Okay. Do they want to receive services from us, or do they want to receive services from the VA? The VA. So, we will honor that choice. If they receive services from the VA, then, that takes it out of our hands a little bit. We do and can provide services to veterans, and we do have an arrangement with the VA that they would actually reimburse us for providing services for veterans if that was their choice and they wanted to come to us for their services. So we do have that arrangement in place and are ready to go.
Ready to do it. All right.
I got one more question. Go ahead. Okay, is that okay? I don't know if this is a question for you, Matthew, or for Randy. Would this property, if this project went through, would the property go on the tax rolls?
You mean would it be?
Yeah, would it be taxed? Just like
the commercial component would be.
Commercial.
I did call the county tax assessor's office. We had a conversation. The commercial portion, my understanding thus far, my limited understanding from one conversation, is that the commercial portion would have to be. We would be eligible to apply for the residential component to be tax exempt as a nonprofit agency. So, for example, we own 2 properties right now out in the community. They're housing, we provide housing in them already, and they have been awarded a tax exemption on those properties. So, but my understanding is that we could only do that for the residential space, and we would have to register them somehow as separate parts of the building.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
No questions? Okay. Let's make sure there's no public comment on this. Is there any public comment in the room? Doesn't look like. Is there anyone online who has any public comment on this item? Raise your digital hand.
I don't see any.
Yeah, there's no public comment there.
Great. Let's bring it back to the commission. Apologize, everyone. Just by way of getting the ball rolling, this is fantastic. I'm so excited. I am also more amenable to the smaller lot than the larger lot for a number of reasons, including I think there's more potential to that larger lot we haven't really investigated. And I think the proximity to other nonprofits who are so supportive is, a real plus. So there's my starting comment.
Yeah, I would say one, I'm very excited. Two, I think for this project, I think the smaller lot in that location is a better starting point. Again, the other lot being available for redevelopment, and maybe phase 2 would be in that other redevelopment. If we do a large redevelopment, we're looking for more permanent supportive housing. I would say that I'm open to looking at the parking in that lot. And, we saw a lot of different models when we were looking at the downtown bus about how you can put angled parking on those streets, on that street. And I'd certainly be interested in looking at that. I mean, especially the churches, on that block, their need is obviously on the weekend, which is different than, some of the other businesses we had in the other block. And so I do think looking at, in some ways, having some angled parking in front of the churches or closer to the churches would be a boon for them, because right now there's just a couple and people have to park and walk. And so I think looking at those options and opening that lot up for bigger space, I think is certainly worth considering. I don't know what what it looks like in the end, but I certainly think that's worth considering. But this is exciting. We need permanent supportive housing. And this idea that, that Bert Nash is putting forward, that if we can get the first one going, it can fund the future ones, is really exciting. And I think that's something we need to find a way to support.
I agree. I think this sounds like a really great project. I'm surprised we didn't have more public comment about it, especially on the parking issue. We're always hearing about that. But I saw the letters of support from the various business as well as nonprofits, which was really good to see. I'm also would be interested in seeing how we can reconfigure the parking on that stretch of Vermont Street or wherever along that section to see if we can't get more parking and possibly allow more use of the commercial part of that. So,
Commissioner Sellers?
Yeah. I'm in agree with everyone. I was going to aim high and shoot for the 826 location, but I understand, we didn't really have any public comments on the parking, so I don't know if we're looking.
It will come when we.
Well, we know I don't know if we're putting it into ether now, so because I like the idea of going with the smaller lot that may limit how we can imagine what that lower commercial space will be, and I don't know if that would be a benefit or not. So that was my only point of concern there, was going with the smaller lot limits the imagination of what can be used for that commercial space, mixed-use space down at the bottom. And so I don't disagree. One, this needs to happen, and I'm excited that it's happening, and I'm excited to have the mechanism of which it's happening. It kind of gets into my geeky side, and I love it, using your funding and blending funding in order to create the funding source to continue to build and sustain and grow those units that we need in our community. So that's on board. I'm okay with the 943. My first choice was for the 826, simply because of the imagination of the possibility for either some type of uniquely Lawrence concept that can go down in the bottom. So.
Actually, Commissioner Sellers, I was actually more interested in the same lot, but I thought you guys brought up a good point, and that is that this is our first project down there. Maybe we ought to, ease our way into it. But I'm more interested in going taller, if possible, and that bit larger lot, I would agree, it seems like it would have better opportunity for the commercial space to be actually utilized as a market type situation. So.
Perhaps for the next phase, we can go
Commissioner
bigger, taller.
Yes, great project.
Thank you for bringing this to us. It's gonna, hit a lot of our needs, which is vital. I would probably lean as well to the 948 lot. I still think there's potential to go ahead and make the size a little bit bigger. And kind of figure out the parking as well. Hopefully. But this is all just super exciting. Its placement, access to amenities, and as Commissioner Sellers and Vice Mayor Larson have mentioned before, like the cascading effect of getting this site going and then funneling over to other sites and propagating other sites and then making sure that we're, exponentially growing our permanent supportive housing in this town. So it's a great project.
Thank you. Leah, did we say everything you needed us to say?
This is Leah Roseland for Housing Administrator. I think staff could use a little bit more direction in terms of next steps, what the commission would like to see staff do at this point. I'm hearing a general preference for one lot. Is there interest in the commission in having us draft partnership agreements or do some more research, or what would the commission like to see in terms of next steps?
Yes, and yes.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, yes.
I think we need to move ahead. I mean, clearly, we need more engagement on the lot and what the final design is and what the parking looks like. But yes, moving ahead with an agreement and, moving forward with that process. Again, I think under the recommendation, we're leaning towards one lot, but we could learn something in the process that says that's not the right lot. There's something else. So I do think, I think the way you've drafted this agenda item is a partnership agreement to direct staff. I think there's a general leaning, but I think several folks have been open to others. And so we want this to move ahead again. So we don't want to kill it with indecision. But on the other hand, I think we want to leave both spots at least open to get more information on and allow Burt Nash to move ahead.
Yeah. See maybe what fits best for Burt Nash in this situation, along with what the city comes up with. But yeah, I would like to leave both lots open.
Matthew, is there something, a letter or anything we could provide you that is more useful to you in moving forward? You obviously don't possess the land, and we've still left it a little nebulous by not choosing an exact spot. But what can we do to say already more than we have how much we support this?
We got to vote.
I guess to formalize it, yes, maybe a letter that directs city management or says that the city is committed to providing a lot for this project, to allow it to move forward, and directing us to work together to figure out what those next steps are. So one thing, we could go back to our design team, and maybe that can provide more information for you in respect to what we can do, and maybe that informs this process a little more. But I think initially just that the city is committing as a partner in this process to providing the lot
is what we need. This is maybe a far out idea, and it was kind of pitched out somewhere, but that possibly this could also be married with the bus hub. I'm not sure how I feel about that, but if that wasn't something that had died or had lost momentum, I do think that having a bus hub by a grocery store makes a lot of sense. I just don't know. I don't want to throw even more complication to the process, but that had been thrown in there at some point.
Thank you. For what it's worth, which is not much, that would make me reconsider the larger lot, but that's just me. Okay, thank you. I think we do need a motion for this.
Yeah, I move to approve the Burt Nash Community Mental Health Center request for city partnership and authorize the city manager to negotiate partnership agreements for a mixed-use development of permanent supportive housing. Provide direction to staff. I guess that's all we need to vote on, because we'll probably, yeah.
Do we, I guess, point of information, if we're directing, if we're moving forward with a partnership agreement in the motion, would we need, I know we said we're not sure, but do we need to be sure if we're going to start a agreement, right? No?
No, I think I have what I need with the motion as it's written.
Okay.
Then I'll second it.
I have a first and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That passes 5-0. I will let the other commissioners know that I am informed the last two items can be delayed. It is 11:02. So,
Calendar, the city manager.
well, but I wanted to make that information known to you. You could choose what you like.
Is there a time-sensitive issue on number 4?
No, I mean, we need to get clarity in what the rates are going to be and hit all those. I think we're okay with pushing it another week if we need to.
Then I would like to push it. Yeah.
In that case, I would entertain a motion.
Move to defer items 4 and 5 to a future meeting.
Second.
I have a first and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That passes 5-0. Thank you. Good night, everyone.
No, we have.
No, we got it. We got it.
Oh, we're going to still do that?
We,
Oh, okay. Go ahead. But we don't need to add 2 minutes for Sherry?
Oh, I guess we all have to. Like,
Yeah.
we didn't defer
There's not
last
much
time.
There's not much
Okay.
there.
move to adjourn.
Move to adjourn. I mean, second.
First and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Passes 5-0.
Craig will never give a report again.